Sound is solid here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and I think we're solid. All right, yeah. Volume's good. Mic is up and operable, and it is now time to get it in, right? Again, hoping to hit some very key talking points. Want to see what's going on in terms of you guys' perception, opinions, factual aspects that you can bring to the table to discuss who you thought won this debate tonight, right? Who did you guys think won the debate tonight? All right, we're going to try to keep it civil. We're going to try to keep it, with a value of decorum. We want to go strictly based upon factual data that you can obviously, number one, bring forth in a primary source, or again, a good case study to why you think this particular candidate won or this candidate did not win. Nonetheless, we're all peons, right? We're all minions under the aspect of government. So it's not like, again, we're sitting in some kind of place of power, so to speak, in terms of that influence. Now, we are independent thinkers. We're independent doers. We're serial entrepreneurs. We are the go-getters of America and the world as entrepreneurs, as investors, right, as traders, right? So we're different than the average fold of the Main Street character of America, right? We make our own money. So by that notion alone, we're already, again, ahead of the game, right? Because we're not dependent upon, ultimately, we're not dependent upon the president to really levy, any kind of particular hurtful policy that may stagnate our growth and our well-being in life. So with that being said, and that out of the way, peace, power, and profit to everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. I know it's late, but again, we were all up watching the debate. I'm pretty sure most of you guys have, opinions, things that you want to say about it. I'm eager to hear it because I want to know what's going on in the minds of our, constituents out there. I mean, you guys, the people who really make up this economy for what it is, the doers, right? The people who keep the lights on in America, the people who keep the pipelines open across the global international market. We are the ones who make up this world in a way where, again, a president alone is not the deciding factor, right? And until we understand that, we will always be in a place feeling like we're vulnerable, right? But again, we're here to eliminate that thesis going forward. We are the change that we need. And so I'm very eager again to hear you guys' position, you guys' point, no matter if you're Republican, Democrat, independent, undecided, who cares? It doesn't matter. I want to hear from you. Again, we're going to keep it civil. We're going to keep it with decorum. We're going to speak like, adults. Again, because it matters to some degree in terms of what we will look like the next 4 years in relation to, number one, the markets, because again, we do have some different things that's coming into the market that may be interesting for us to pay attention to. Again, because we are dependent upon, expansion, right? Expansion in the markets, right? We need the markets to move, right? We need them to move in order for us to make money, right? And it also helps a lot of our people, our family members, our friends, our peers who obviously work in mainstream America who does not have investments in play besides that of a 401k or Roth or TSP, right? So again, it is indicative that, we being the financial vanguard that can help our peers, our family members decipher a lot of the policies that may come out to that effect that may affect the markets. We can help them decode that, right? So that's what I love about what we do as investors and traders. I know, most of the people who might be watching not necessarily invested in the markets like some of us, but for some of you guys who are, learning this, well, guess what? This debate was for you, right? It was for your edification to realize your place in the food chain in terms of, again, being in America, which is a superpower, quote unquote, and how the world looks at us through their lens. Now, With that being said, I'm gonna send it, drop the link in the chat. So if you guys want to come onto the panel and voice your opinion over the mic, you're gonna have a power to do that. Right, like I said again, just keep it, keep it a little respectful, right? Keep it with a little bit of decorum, right? And I want to know again, everybody's been building up for this moment, right? Again, in my Trump antics here, you can't see me right now, but I got my hands kind of moving back and forth like Trump here, right? Everybody was building up for this moment, right? We wanted to see how well Joe Biden would do in a, again, a mono race in test, in essence to that with Trump on a stage, right? Because again, over the past literally 4 or 5 months, again, Donald Trump has been laying on the throttle across, Joe Biden's back, so to speak, really, really hitting it with some hard incendiary talking points. The Democratic Party as a whole, and, for the most part, in terms of the Democrats, again, they've been somewhat just trying to play the safe, right? The safe, safe role, so to speak, right? They've been pretty much keeping their talking points to the ideal of just, just trying to alleviate Donald Trump from the seat, not necessarily giving a ton of clarity on what they was really trying to bring to the table, false policies, but more so the ideal that just, Trump has to go, right? Him being just a, I guess, an embarrassment for the country. So again, I want to hear you guys' perspective, you guys' opinion, and so we can get this thing, popping here on this late night hour here at 11 o'clock, right? We're going live at 11 o'clock, right? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? But here's the link, guys. If you want to come on, if you want to discuss, the debate, there's the link, right? So again, a lot of this, I'm going to just be listening, right? I will interject wherever I see the need, but I want to hear you guys' point because you guys matter in the end in terms of, how you're going to be able to present, your market understanding, your market prowess going forward, especially for the next 4 years. So there's the link, guys. If you want to come on, jump on. As you can see, my avatar is very telling, right? We have who, right? Who that? Calvin Candy, right? That infamous Calvin Candy meme right here, as you can see here. That's my opinion of the debate tonight. No matter, again, if whoever you are, right? Republican, undecided, independent, Democrat, my picture is pretty much my, non-vocal, cue of what I feel like I got out of this debate tonight, right? So Calvin Candy stands and speaks for me without me having to speak a lot, right? So right now there's a lot of, post debates going on right now, post discussion, I should say, on all the news media, CBS, NBC, again, all those guys, they're going live right now, speaking about what they got out of the, the whole debate, winners and losers. And I've been circling through all of them. Again, just to be fair, I went to Fox, ABC, CNBC, CNN, again, CBS. There's other, independent, people like the Washington Post, all the other little places. I kind of circled through a little of them, a few of those to kind of figure out, what was they saying. And I will say this again, unbiasedly, right? So far, they're saying that Biden won. Now I know some people are gonna push back on that, and I hope so, because again, I want to hear everybody's opinion, right? There's never a moment in history where everybody agreed, right, on one particular thing. But I guess for the most part, they're trying to say that I guess Biden played it safe. He didn't get pulled into a spat with Trump, right? So we'll know. I don't know. I want to hear you guys' opinion. So once again, that's why we're going live. There's the link again. The link is in the back chat. If you want to come on to the panel to discuss it, all right? If you're man enough, woman enough to jump on, right? There's the link, right? Again, there's nobody going to be, grading you or whatever, all right? So again, we're just here to have a discussion, right? That's why it's called a discussion, right? It is a post-presidential debate discussion, right? Again, we're talking about the things that are going to be over your life for the next 4 years, and how that either benefits or hinders certain aspects of your life. Again, be it healthcare, again, be it the overall economy, jobs, infrastructure, national security, again, tangibles, benefits, you name it, right? Because those things, again, are the important elephants in the room in a lot of ways that is going to, again, determine your livelihood or your well-being. Now, we know the real true pink elephant in the room is the coronavirus, right? Now, as of, again, today, we're back in that kind of, that place where the coronavirus is starting to rear its head again, right? That so-called second wave, right? And so that was very important tonight in people being able to, try to figure out, what, exactly is going to be, pressing us as far as coronavirus in the next coming months, right? What are we going to do about it, right? Right. That's, the number one thing that really matters, in my opinion, I think, especially when it comes to Trump, right? Because he's been very adamant in saying that, unequivocally, he needs a vaccine, like literally yesterday, right? He needed it like yesterday. And so everything at this point is going to be, if we get a vaccine before the election happens, well, what does that look like for a Trump presidency, right? What does that look like for as him taking, again, the, that what they call that victory lap to say that I was able to do something that no other president ever have done in history in a pandemic. Again, the last one we had was, again, back in 1917 with the Spanish flu, where we were able to produce a vaccine under our time, and in our modernization aspect of life and living in terms of technology and science, that we were able to produce a vaccine in record-breaking time that is going to be a backstop to the coronavirus. Now, whether you believe in that vaccine or you don't, that's to be determined, right? That's to be determined. But again, I would like to hear from you guys, considering that, if you got opinions on that as well, because that's very important, right? So I'm pretty sure we'll have to do a poll on whether or not the vaccine will be the one determinative factor, whether or not, either Trump, wins the president again, or, Biden wins. If they don't have a vaccine by then it'll be very revealing, right? That will be very revealing, right? So again, just real quick, I'm gonna jump over here to the COVID chart. Since it's been a minute since we actually brought this chart up, but I'm pretty sure you guys have been following it on your own, so you necessarily don't need me to sit here and take you down the road again. But it's important because, again, that's a major part of this debate. That's a major part of this next president's value in this country, because a lot of people feel like the coronavirus, preventive maintenance aspect of what we had to endure was just all over the place. Whether you was for, some of the tactics that was used, or you were not, it really, really brought a lucid perspective on terms of how we look at government. In terms of how mighty or how inadequate they truly are, right? We've been sold a bill of goods that they were just like the Justice League, so to speak, right? I mean, everybody that's in the Justice League, DC, Marvel, everybody all in one, so to speak, in terms of how great this, country is, so to speak, in the face of that level of adversity, right? This so-called silent, war, right? Silent enemy, so to speak, in terms of coronavirus. Now, again, whether you feel like Trump has done a great job or he has not, again, that's up to, debate. That's why we're having this discussion tonight, right? So again, we can lay all that on the table if you guys so choose to. But as of now, tonight, in terms of global cases, we are at roughly 33 million cases. Right, because that's another big thing that most people have been trying to figure out. Well, some of these deaths have just been necessarily not, wrong or misdiagnosed as far as deaths of coronavirus, when technically they were more so, just, them throwing around data points to say that this is the reason why, again, there's problems with this whole rating system of people dying for coronavirus that makes it seem bigger than what it really is, right? And that has a lot to do with what's weighing on the minds of the American people, especially going into November the 3rd, right? Right. This ideal that, in America, where we have 7 million cases, confirmed cases. Now, that's one thing that obviously we know that's pretty much the most accurate readout is at least us being able to test people. Now again, some of the tests that they were doing early on were very faulty. Granted, we know that because again, you have a novel virus, something that's new, right? That it's going to require a whole new different scientific approach to being able to get an accurate read out on what this virus is, and how we can determine whether or not someone's affected by it or not. Now, eventually they got a hold of, the RNA, obviously the DNA of it, aspect of it, to really get a good read on how to test for it. Obviously a lot, until a couple months after it really got, really popping. So now we can say, we pretty much got a handle on the testing. Now, the deaths are again, that's something to be questioned, right? Do we really have 205,000 people dead in America based on the coronavirus? Right? That's the question, number one, again, I posed to you guys, just talking about that aspect of the debate alone. Do you guys feel like that number is accurate? Again, me personally, again, I know it's off, right? But we know that they play with this thing of doing this plus minus ratio, right? With any kind of statistical, analysis, there's always going to be room for error, right? There's no finite value to kind of give a perfect assessment on these kind of things, right? Because again, we know that people live with pre-existing conditions. We know somebody can go into the hospital with pneumonia, right? Which is the most inflammatory aspect of a flu aspect, right? It really is a degradation of your pulmonary system, right? Your lungs, respiratory system, right? Which can obviously cause trauma and cause death, right? And so, was that a coronavirus-induced scenario, or was it just the flu? And then, the ventilator also helped cause a person's demise, because we also heard that, being an issue, right? But nonetheless, again, that's just one part of the debate tonight. That was very, very, again, a very, telling and revealing aspect what people really want to hear out of this debate going forward in terms of what we do, how are we going to deal with this coronavirus situation to get us back to a place of normalcy in this country, and whether or not it was potent, right? Whether or not it was, I guess a clear indication, that we can get back to a place of normalcy, right? And so never mind the fact that economy, we still in a value of somewhat of a recession, right? Again, some of the, economic, heads out there will say, well, no, not necessarily we out of the, the recession, it's not really that bad. It's getting better, right? Because again, that's the dangling carrot thesis, right? It's getting better, right? But is it to a place where you and I can 100% unequivocally say we feel like we're back to what? To normal, right? That's the question I posed you guys early on, right? It's the first question I want to pose you guys right now. Do you feel like we're back to a place of normalcy, right? To a degree, not necessarily we know all the way back, but to a degree where you trust government in everything that it's telling you to do right now going forward, right? So if you feel comfortable right now with what the government is telling you for the coronavirus, press 1 in the chat. Press 1. If you don't feel comfortable with what the government is telling you about the coronavirus, press 2. I'm just curious to know what you guys are thinking. What's your place on that? Because I believe that will also be, in my opinion, a good weighted aspect of who's going to win the presidential election, because this is your well-being, right? You can't make up a government, right, or an economy if you don't have that level of concern, kind of out of the way, right? Again, you still have states now to date who are still, putting out a mandate that they're just trying to get back to a place where they can have restaurant capacity back to somewhat of a normal a normal level, right? Now, caution, obviously, so tables got to be spaced out, got to be under the CDC mandate, Food Drug Administration mandate to meet that standard, right? We know New York tried it at some point, and a lot of these restaurants got fined miserably because of that, because they was defying those orders. This was way back in June, July, right? And Joker was like, man, look, I'm going to the restaurant and have my steak, no mask, no nothing. Give me my food, right? And then so they broke a lot of these mandates that was, positioned at that point of the phase value of the coronavirus, and it caused them, again, to have to kind of deal with that, right? And so again, that's why this stuff is important. So, what I'm seeing right now, I see some twos in the chat. So I guess some people are saying, hey, They're like, man, look, we're not feeling too good about this coronavirus stuff. But it's to be to determine and discuss. So I see I have my sister Angie on. Hey, what's going on, sis? Peace, power, and profit to you.
Walked away from it. Like
hey, peace, power, and profit. How you doing? I got in the races when those people that was a crazy debate. People look like coming out of the
yeah. So again, did you watch the debate entirety?
Yeah,
the entire
I did.
Debate?
Yes.
All right. And so again, just kind of putting a little context to the discussion. Since we definitely hitting on the coronavirus, I guess we'll keep it in parallel to that. Was there any news, out of that debate, for the coronavirus that made you again, feel confident, or that there's still more questions need to be answered? What's your take?
Both candidates avoided how it started. Trump blames China. Biden is going for the vaccination. Both of them are going for this vaccination. He's saying Trump should speed it up, should quicken the vaccination according to his promises. Trump says he's going along according to his plan and he's doing his best or whatever. But I think that my opinion about the whole thing is the coronavirus is just this COVID-19 is just something that I believe it's a pandemic, period. So they're going along with the narrative either way. Trump might be speeding it up. He's getting I think he has figured out that, or he comes to the conclusion that they're going to run with this. So then if we're going to have a vaccination, do it right now. Don't delay it anymore. He's saying that Biden wants to keep everything shut down. I agree that we should not keep things shut down. I agree that keeping everyone inside and keeping us quarantined will make us all sicker because it lowers our immunity. That's scientific, and I think Trump was right about that. I think Biden's argument was weak about the coronavirus and how it's being handled.
Interesting, right? And so I guess, homegrown perspective. When I say, can you hear me?
Yeah,
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just saying from a homegrown perspective. When I say homegrown, meaning, us as American citizens, based upon our level of research and understanding of how we value our demographics. Number one, meaning the state that we're under, because some states obviously have different aspects of, how they're putting out information, either intended to that of what the CDC or the FDA or the so-called medical heads out there. And we also know that we have another aspect of government now that came out of nowhere in terms of what? Trump scientists, right? He got his own independent cadre of scientists that are also somewhat butting heads with the CDC and the FDA. Himself obviously have had major headbutting moments with, his directors of, of these agencies. Again, Dr. Robert Redfield, obviously, and everybody else, obviously, in the, Alex Azar, whatever his name is, the other gentleman, right? And then obviously Dr. Fauci, right? So again, you talk about some of the people who were, these people were groomed for these particular positions in life to be at these particular heads, right? Points of position, yet they cannot necessarily speak for the greater good of the so-called American citizens that they was what? That they're endowed to be able to protect and inform us, right? So
exactly.
that becomes another question. Who do you trust, right? Who do you trust in this moment? And that's why tonight's debate surrounding that coronavirus topic was very, very important, right? Yeah. Because, of course, we know that the one thing that Biden spoke about was that he wanted to make what? Wearing the mask, what? A federal mandate.
Yeah.
Right?
Mandated,
How do you guys square that? Again, that's the next question I posed you guys in the chat. You as well, Sister Angie, that's on the panel here, right? Again, anybody else want to come on the panel? Again, there's the link in the back chat there. Again, if you feel like you got something to say, come on, let's discuss it. Again, we family over here. Y'all know how we roll, right? I'm eager to hear you guys, your vocal opinion. I know you can type it just as well as you can speak it, but definitely come on if you want to while we have this little time. But how do you guys feel about a federal mandate to wear masks? If you're for wearing a mask as a federal mandate to kind of help quell the coronavirus, press 1 in the back chat. If you don't feel like it should be mandatory to wear the mask, press 2. Right. And so while people processing that aspect again, if you for wearing a federal mandate for wearing a mask, there should be a federal mandate, which is Joe Biden's position. Press 1 if you think it should not be right a federal mandate, which is more on the Trump side of thinking. Press 2. Right. So I'll ask you, sister, Sister Andy, since you're the only brave soul to be on tonight, right, on the panel here. What's your take? All right. Do you think the mask should be federal mandate?
I don't believe the mask is for everyone. Like for myself, I have asthma. I can't wear the mask and be safe with wearing a mask whenever I'm outside. It's ridiculous. It's not safe. Just for me breathing back in my own carbon dioxide. It's
Now,
not safe
right
for me.
there, I keep that thought. I want to say this. Now, under the federal mandate, it will be provisions for people who have those situations, right?
Right.
So, like anything, like we do know at this point, they're saying that if you're going into the general public and closed spaces, by that mandate, you have, like the grocery stores are doing now, right? Like, a lot of these businesses are doing, whether you have a pre-existing condition or not, you are, by far, you have to have that mask on if you go in their store, or they can turn you away, right? So there's nothing we can do as far as that. Now, just being out in the general public, out there in the air, now that's another conversation for another day. So there's some context to that. I just want to make sure we can put that into place. So even knowing that, do you still feel like it's necessary with a scenario like you got with the asthma that you need to have a mask on if you go into a grocery store, right? Not just for anybody else's safety, but even for your safety, even with a person with asthma. What do you say to that?
I think it's too early to mandate anything. They need to develop proper masks that are going to be safe. And Biden was right in saying one thing, that we should be provided the proper masks. Because right now everyone is wearing makeshift masks, cloth masks. There's fabrics that are not safe for us to be breathing in like that. There's chemicals that go into making these fabrics and dyeing these fabrics. We shouldn't be breathing in these chemicals that way. And if we're trying to wear the medical mask, we're not supposed to wear them for extended periods of time. So like it's the CDC gives out instructions on how to wear masks, but they're constantly updating information and changing it. So it is our responsibility to follow those sites and to be able to educate ourselves about it. But right now, it's too early to mandate anything, because right now, what can be safe if the virus is not if the virus is not identified, right? I believe that the virus that they're calling the exosome a virus. So it's a lot of miseducation going on. How they're treating it is very contradictory to a lot of what they're saying. The CDC says these deaths that have occurred, that they keep talking about, hundreds of thousands of deaths that occurred, they don't even clearly say COVID killed these people. They say these are COVID involved deaths. A lot of news agencies will report it as, all of these people died because of COVID. So Trump, on that hand, Trump has been more honest in this debate to me, because he says exactly what he says, the truth. Like, you're not going to hear true numbers from anywhere. Nowhere is going to have true numbers, because there's too many different uh, agendas out there. The pharmaceutical companies have one agenda. The military, there's another agenda. You know, the socialists have another agenda. Even his extreme right, they have their agenda. So it's like you can't trust numbers that way. It takes a little bit longer for research to be done to know what is correct, what is really going to help us. I mean, you have the most the healthiest people are our sports figures, and then they go play a game, and now they're gonna say that most of these guys come back with coronavirus, this is ridiculous. I think
Now,
that they came up with something to put on the Black community to say that, okay, because they need to use us as these guinea pigs to get their vaccinations and get their drugs out, as they have been over decades and centuries. And this is what they're trying to do again. But the thing is, people are much more educated now. People shouldn't be just sitting back and allowing these things to occur, because we know too much now. Too much is out there now. We know better.
right. I'm happy you brought that up because I want to segue, with that or caveat, off that question. Also, we have a new guest on the panel too, our brother Shavers. Happy to have him on the panel. We're gonna let him go in a second too. Again, let everybody kind of get it out there. Now, even knowing that, again, there's a couple things that happen within that, your discussion there. Number one, we just got news today that 8 players of the Tennessee Titans, Tennessee Titans tested positive for coronavirus. Right. Mm-hmm. So the whole ideal of this, let's open it up again. We can't live in fear. Again, people going to catch it one way or the other. We're trying to establish herd immunity, this, that, the third, which is a major, again, indication whether or not people feel comfortable in being out in the regular populace dealing with a corona, pandemic, so to speak, because we're not out of it by no means, right? It seems like that we are, because we're not necessarily discussing it as much, as it being an issue that we're just locked inside of our home. But nonetheless, we're not back to normal, right? Business is still going back into closure. At a point when you think now we would be kind of opening back up even more, right? Kind of weaning ourselves, out of this pandemic into a place of where at least we can manage it better, right? But
I
we've
think
seen
that's
that
happening because of the democratic influence, though, and the socialist influence. I think a lot of celebrities are going along with getting paid off. I don't trust, I just can't believe that somebody that is so healthy, right? And yes, they were exposed already. These guys were exposed from the beginning of it. Remember the basketball players that had to they were all quarantined. They were exposed to it earlier. The whole military, they're all exposed to it. You understand? Like,
so you're making a case for the herd immunity aspect of it, meaning that
I do. Yeah, I think that.
Now, I'm happy you brought that up. So we're gonna on that point there, right? Because obviously, there's opposing sides to that argument, right? From the science community, not obviously our talking points alone, but just even from the science community, that it doesn't really, I guess in their mind, have a value of, I don't know what you want to call it, just
because it's
concrete information where they can say, one way. Excuse me.
Because it's a DNA poison. It's something that affects the DNA or the RNA. So it's
and obviously, it's a novel virus, so they still trying to, right. It's a novel virus. That means it's something that they never experienced before, right? Whether it being man-made or not, because that's a debate in itself. But nonetheless, again, there's still a lot of data out there that they're trying to be able to accumulate to give people the best readout that they can. Now, I'm only saying that for the fact that just literally yesterday, news came out that one of the vaccine, producers that was in the race to kind of produce a vaccine, a company called Innovio, right? A company that's obviously, bankrolled by Bill Gates, right? Dr. Fauci actually sits as an advisory on their board, right? And a few other key players who are major vaccine hawks out there. They actually, their particular vaccine got pulled. It got pulled. Again, this is money that's backed by Gates. This is money that's backed by some of the, or not just even money, but just science is backed by some of the most, influential scientific community, people. Well, again, whether you call them Democrats, Republicans, again, that's why I say science is not political, right? Science is not political. They can politicize it, but it's not political. It's only dealing behind the data, right? Again, being able to falsify right? The data until we can make it most to a fact than that of a theory, right? And so that's the part of the game where we're all still in a place of ambiguity, because guess what? They politicize it so much. Who do you trust? Where do you go to get your information? And so, of course, it will make you fall to one side or the other in some cases, because, of course, a clock is right twice a day, right? It's at least twice, right twice a day. In all the other aspects, it could be obviously wrong. So do you take the aspects that obviously agree with your talking points, or do you say what is the ultimate data, readout or statistics showing us in terms of how well informed we really are to make good sound decisions, and which is a good topic in terms of what we know we had to kind of hear tonight during the debate, right? In terms of how they both were brief, because obviously they were brief, right? They're not scientists, right? They stayed at Holiday Inn last night, even though Trump would have you believe that he better than Dr. Fauci, Dr. Redfield, and Adrian, everybody else. Right? Hold on before you go ahead, because I want to just get this one point. So that therein lies again where we all are stuck trying to figure out again who has the most pertinent data that we can stand on. Now, again, real quick, I want to go down the line real quick. We got a couple new brothers came in, then we're gonna come back circle on that because I want to hear everybody's opinion on that, right? Because you laid it out beautifully, right? So we got some people that's agreeing with you in the batch. I don't know if you're watching it, right? And you got some other people who might be saying, okay, I got there's more I want to add to it, right? So come down the line real quick. Peace, Power, Prophet, Brother Shavers. Thank you for coming on. Peace, Power, Prophet. Brother Phil as well. So, Brother Shavers, what's your opinion on the coronavirus part of the debate? And then we're going to, keep going down some other bullet points.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't watch that. I watched Jay Simmons live. She had I guess trying to disrupt their debate, but getting asked the same questions. But as far as that topic, I feel like people should look up a term called medical populism and look up a scientist by the name of Peter Hotez. He laying a lot of stuff out as far as what's going on with the division. It's essentially it's intentional. You got a lot of I don't want to say dictatorship, but they gave an example in a PDF about the situation with basically Brazil, the Philippines, and the United States are having a very similar reaction, and they're doing this. They're spectacularizing and politicizing something that you should not be doing. You're playing with games with public health, making people they're basically sowing seeds of doubt on the scientific community, and they're basically pushing anti-intellectualism and anti-science rhetoric on the people, making people question. And you got people that think they know, but if you're not studying virology and epistemology and I forgot what it was microbiome, you'll understand it's not. They're pretty direct about what they do and don't know, and they've had a lot of practice on that right now. So as far as another thing that I follow these scientists on something called 12. This is a professors. They go against the whole politicized. They're gonna let you know what's real, what's fake. They're gonna tell you that basically none of these vaccines is gonna be ready no time soon. All this trying to fast track is that it's political, and you might get probably an emergency one, but it's not gonna be solid. It's not gonna be 100% accurate. They're just gonna go off the current data that they have. Because I was gonna do the Moderna clinical trial, and that it takes 2 years just for that one. It's gonna take 2 years just for before they know completely all the they know majority of side effects is all mild. There's nothing very much. It's like with the Moderna one, there's nothing really super concerning. They know it's headaches, chills. It's really just your body reacting the same way it would had you caught the virus, but you're not catching the virus. You're just getting the RNA. So as far as that, I feel like we should be careful with that. And I'm pro with the mask because you should not play games with not necessarily so people will get sick. Because the thing with that is the asymptom. I think it's there's a correlation between being asymptomatic and how much viral load a person has, and it's not the more the viral load, the sicker you are. And if you're exposed to just a small amount, you're not going to have the same effect as someone who gets a higher load. So that's my understanding. I sit through a lot of lectures and do a lot of reading. That's my understanding of it. That's pretty much why you have like basketball players. They're testing positive, but they're not getting sick because they're in good. They're healthy people, and we all know that healthy people we're not the ones dying. Though there are rare occasions where people that are 28, there's even doctors that are dying just because of they're basically being around people with, high viral loads. Like in the hospital, that's where you're gonna get people with the highest loads. But as far as like that's what's going on with the asymptomatic thing since from what I've been following. But like with the mask, you need some type of barrier. You don't need to be pretend like if you're outside. It's obvious. It's a respiratory virus, so it's gonna be more of dealing with being in enclosed spaces where you're gonna have issues because there's people in jail, like it's out of control. My partner, I talked to him in jail. Been doing a little bit. He just caught it. He been out 3 months. He been one of those his fake type dudes, and then now he's in there and he's got it. He's going through he can't taste, he can't smell. Like the reality of that, it's a real thing. This depends on the environment you're in. But I don't think it's anything to play with. I don't think it's a conspiracy behind it. There is spectacularizing and politicizing of it. I don't think it's a good thing. But as far as like you said, the vaccine, I don't think there's one going to be no time soon. It's because it's not going to do anything until it's actually in use. And there's a lot of people that are already just questionable. So that's already a bunch of people that's not going to take it. So they're going to be susceptible. And, I'm going to go get it, me personally, because I feel like I'm scientifically literate enough to understand what's going on. And I'm not going to put none of my family in harm's way being ignorant. But I just advise people to look into people that actually deal with the scientific aspect, not necessarily doctors, but like listen to professors and people that teach these things, so you could like have a thorough understanding. But yeah, that's my take.
All right, good point. Good points. All right, brother Shavers up, coming on. Again, this is why these conversations are very pertinent and important because again, there's so much out there in terms of us, trying to be able to filter through day to day to get the best particular read out that we can to make good decisions that's going to affect, number one, not just our lives, but the people around us too, our family, our friends, our peers, right? Again, we know that just by proxy of America, it being a decadent culture, well, it comes with a lot of health aspects and risks that, that's afforded to it, right? Unlike a lot of people who are not, in this kind of, tight, quarters or living spaces that we've been able to kind of reduce America to, even though the size of the country is vast, but it seems like you living right on top of people. So by, proxy of that, we are naturally under a natural selection project of herd immunity with our natural day-to-day, so-called cocktail of different viruses that we expose ourselves to and bacteria. And some would say that's a good thing, right? Because again, you get to build up immunity, right? But for others, it's a nightmare, right? Because pre-existing conditions, this, that, and the third, it lays, all kind of harm on these people, right? Because again, their immune system may not be as strong to be able to deal with these kind of things. And in the case, again, of the coronavirus, it being something that is very detrimental because it's a respiratory illness, it's going to attack, the one thing that we need above all things, which is the lungs, right? The thing to keep us, again, functioning, right? Being able to breathe. And so that's very important. Again, he laid out some really good points. Again, both you guys laid out some awesome points. And those things are going to need to be really, really addressed, which we feel like maybe, if you feel like, they did it tonight in debate or not, again, that's why this discussion is important, because if they can't speak that to the broader spectrum of American people, well, come election, we don't know what people may be using as the one candidate to kind of tip their vote. Right? I could be pro this and pro that for this particular candidate over the other, but when it comes to that coronavirus, these people might be secretly drawing the line in the sand, right? Because they're trying to figure out, no matter who gets in office, can I survive, right? The 4 years that they're going to be in office, because the coronavirus is kicking butt, taking name. Whether you feel like the virus is not that serious, whether you feel like it's a hoax, whether you feel like it's real serious and people are taking it lightly. Well, guess what? One thing we know again about science and even also Mother Nature, right? Mother Nature is undefeated. Mother Nature is undefeated. No matter how much science you got, no matter how much technology you can build, at the end of the day, if Mother Nature want to come get you, she coming to get you, right?
That's the biggest bioterrorist right there, Mother Nature.
Yeah, so we have to be able to decipher that. So again, Brother Phil, peace, power, and profit. Thank you for coming on. Happy to have my intellectual brothers on the panel and my intellectual sister, especially in the war in terms of financial literacy, because that's why we are here, right? Because we know at the end of the day, no matter what policies are levied, who's sitting in the White House, it really doesn't stop our show for being able to produce opportunities for ourselves as entrepreneurs of the capital markets. But it also does shape whether or not we have the type of market that can give us opportunity, right? Give us the level of money that we need. So that's why these debates are always important to discuss, because we're just trying to figure out what policies are going to really affect our bottom lines, right? So it's important. So what's your take far as the coronavirus situation that we've been discussing? Obviously, Sister Andrew, laid out a beautiful thesis. Our brother Shaver laid out a beautiful thesis. What's your thesis? All right, dang, his mic fell off. Right when he got ready to go live. Brother Phil, if you get back on, let me know what happened, whether you had a little glitch or something. All right, but Ober Brandon then came on while Brother Phil was getting ready to come back. Right, Brother Brandon, I'm pretty sure you heard the same kind of scenario that I just laid out for Brother Phil. What would be your take as far as the coronavirus aspect of what you feel like the candidates gave you tonight, or they did not give you?
Honestly, they didn't give me nothing to go off of. I mean, they just spewed out numbers, but so back checking, I'm quite sure Trump didn't back check none of those numbers. But this is that hour and 30 minutes to me was a waste of time. Basically, just nothing.
All right, interesting. So is there any other things that, again, beyond that of what we kind of been discussing, far as the virus itself? Now that we're this close to the election again, November the 3rd, again, we're kind of literally, we're in it. We're in what they call the penalty box now of the election. And so early voting is always kicking off as early as next week in some places, right? Some people already kind of did, again, they mail in ballot, which obviously is a controversial issue. We're going to get to that part, obviously. But again, strictly coronavirus, right? Do you feel like you're better off today with the science, with the information that's been coming out of the government, etc., and far as having clarity going into the election to give you the best, position that you particularly kind of, vote from? Do you feel like you have that, in your favor right now? Or do you feel like they've left, a lot of questions unanswered?
A lot of questions unanswered. I'm still confused. I mean, they didn't hit you with no really key points about the actual coronavirus or nothing. What did Trump say? The vaccine is coming soon. Well, he said that, 2 months ago. I mean, how soon is it coming? Is it coming at all? He did drop a couple names in the election, like Moderna and Johnson Johnson. So, I'm looking at that for potential, options plays. But as far as the vaccine thing, nothing. He didn't give us anything.
All right. And again, that's the part of where we all have to be able to look ourselves in the mirror and say, regardless, again, whoever's going to be in that seat, man, do we feel comfortable being able to go out there and have a life of normalcy, knowing that we got, number one, potentially, again, quote unquote, potentially a rushed vaccine coming down the pipeline? Because in all fairness, we know this as investors, right? Especially if you go down that biotech lane. Again, I started out my illustrious career as a day trader, trading that biotech lane. I got a lot of, crash course data, education out of the blue, because I had to learn this stuff in order to be able to invest and trade it, right? So I went through understanding phase 1 trials, the PDF UAs, PDUFAs as they call them, CRR letters, the whole nine, right? When you get rejected, I had to learn this stuff in the crash course setting. And because of that, I've sharpened down my prowess when it comes to knowing a little bit about the sciences, at least the processes that goes along with the governance, right? Again, typical vaccine takes no less right? No less, really about like a year and a half to really kind of get to a point where you can say at least is at a 70% efficacy. And that's if it really goes through all the most mandated aspects of trials and rigorous testing that they typically have to go through. And so we heard Dr. Fauci come live literally when he did a town hall meeting with the actor Matthew McConaughey, where he went live before everybody said, hey, at best we're looking for about a 50% to 70% efficacy rate. And so Matthew McConaughey, said, oh, he said it very kind of like he took all the wind out of it. So you saying we only be batting about 500%? Yeah, we only be batting about 500% for a vaccine if we get that in. Any aspect of record speed in terms of early vaccine, again, around this time frame here, October, November. So now that becomes an issue whether or not you trust it or not. So that also is a question I posed you guys before we get ready to move on to some other topics. Do you guys trust? Again, Brother Phil, I want to get this take before I even ask that question. So let me hold up before I do that. So Brother Phil, I know you've been listening to the back chat. Welcome back again.
Oh man, I don't know what
So
happened. My stream just died or something. But anyway, so I don't know if even if I got connected to you last time, but anyway, I was saying I born and raised in D.C., so I've been dealing with politics for a while, and it's been pretty interesting watching these guys work. But like you said, it's all about the data. I mean, just focus on the data. You can get multiple. I mean, obviously, you need good internet so you can access all that you need to access. But trust the numbers. The numbers don't lie. So you can look at any statistics or whatever you want to look at. I mean, to take Corona out of the picture, right? Would I trust Trump to run my business? That wouldn't happen. So you have to be able to say, okay, would I, if I'm gonna, I mean, look, I would still supervise Biden to run my business too, but at the same time, I wouldn't worry about him necessarily doing anybody wrong. And not to say that Biden's hands are clean on everything. No politician, like you said, we buy him and we tell him what to do. But at the same time, my philosophy now is, look, we hired him for 4 years, but we hired a drunk driver. So just buckle up, because that's what we got. If we get him for another 4, we got to deal with it for another 4. But hopefully that's not the case. It's just, you need somebody at least that can, build some consistency, some consensus, some relative decorum. I mean, my philosophy changed this last election. I thought maybe there was a few people that were 15, 20% of the population. I didn't realize it was 40. That was eye-opening to me. Now I know word to the wise is sufficient. I'm good. I just gonna every time you get enlightened on the subject, then you get new data in. Oh, I didn't realize it was that many people. You think when Obama was hired for the job, it wasn't that many people, but now you understand that's the pendulum that swings back and forth, that backlash or whatever you want to call it. But all I can say is buckle up. That's my philosophy.
All right, interesting.
Buckle up.
He came straight down the gutter, right?
Hey, here's another thing before I run off. Hey, so if Biden kind of squeaks this out, is the green energy plays like DEP, there's CGC, Tesla, the UNH, is it going to be, is that in infrastructure plays, Boeing, GE,
Caterpillar,
the FANG stock, Caterpillar, exactly.
3M.
Yeah.
Well,
so
right. Right.
So,
or as we say,
go ahead.
ESG, right? Because again, the one thing, and we're gonna get to
Oh,
that.
right.
I had it in my notes tonight to talk about, getting to that part of the debate a little bit too. Because again, I know it's late, I ain't gonna be on too long, but I want to make sure I hit some of the most pertinent points.
Right.
We have to be able to look at these as what investing points, or catalysts going forward. Again, like Ober Brandon said, he did hear those two names right, because y'all know as investors, we listen for what names, right? We need to hear certain sectors, right? Key enters a point where they're going to funnel more money into, which obviously becomes a springboard for these stocks in that sector to run off of, right? And so we know unequivocally he dropped who names? Moderna
and what is it?
Johnson.
Johnson. But remember before the debate at 5:00, press release from Remdesivir, they put out a press release, and that was strictly a pump and dump. It was up and then it just dumped again. So that was pretty bad. That was strictly a pump and dump on that side. So
using the debate as a springboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or a particular aspect of it being, a somewhat of a catalyst for the debate, right? So again, good point, right? Good point. Again, that you brought that up too, because that's important in relation to even with Gilead chart, because again, they've been on the downhill Jamaican bobsled slalom, meet ever since they had got all that press release from Trump early on, right? And they haven't literally recovered since, right? Again, just real quick, I'm gonna jump over here, then we're gonna jump back into the discussion, because again, I don't want to lose track of where we are in this, but that's why this stuff is important for us. Again, we are traders, we are investors, we are opportunists, right? We are serial entrepreneurs, right? We're looking for that next major catalyst, right? Looking at obviously Gilead here. Well, ever since matter of fact, let's go to the daily, right? Let's go to the day. I'm gonna get off this 1 hour chart because you got to be able to see this here. All right, you see, I got my little notes up there, all kind of stuff. All right, so we're literally back to where we was on the March lows.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not even that. Even we're below the March lows at this point on the chart. We're down back pretty much to the point of February here, right? January the 31st, when Gilead was sitting at around about $61 a share, before they start even getting any kind of favorable identity cues from the White House and other people as them being a major backstop to the coronavirus, again, as a therapeutic, again, not a vaccine. Let me repeat that. Gilead just had already manufactured therapeutic and they remdesivir drug that was mostly used for other things that they were using as a backstop to the ventilators. And so again, stock got a nice little bump off that. It went up here, made it obviously very revealing double top here, which was obvious. That's why I got short on this one here, right? Obviously hit a supply zone here. Previous chart history obviously detailed that to the T, and so obviously it became a short interest at that point. And again,
I did short them there. I did short them.
Obvious, right? And so here we go, all the way back down to again ground zero and under at this point. So Remdesivir pretty much then kind of had his 15 minutes of fame, right? And now it's kind of out of the game, right? And so it's important to note that. Now, again, the front runners are obviously becoming more lucid, right? So, we got AstraZeneca, obviously we got Pfizer, we got Moderna, right? And you could throw in probably Sanofi, they still hanging in there. Novavax hanging in there. Inovio pretty much got, knocked out at this point. Not that they can't come back and do one, but at this point, if the FDA was being already lenient, right? They was already being very kind of, just cavalier. They just pretty much halted theirs, right? It wasn't like, how AstraZeneca said, we're going to hold our own because, we got some, inaccurate readouts. But the FDA went ahead and just halted theirs. Now, that's a real big blow to a lot of people. Again, I think Sister Angela was kind of alluding to that. That was on that Bill Gates side, because we know Bill Gates is one of the main backers of Inovio, right? We knew that early on because we detailed that, on this same, on my little channel here, way back in April sometime. We dug that, those receipts up early. And also Dr. Fauci is a consultant to them, so to speak, in a lot of ways too. So they just missed the mark, right? Yeah. all the relevant. And so Sorrento was another one that was been sputtering. So they kind of leaped, pretty much catapulted Inovio. So I think they're kind of in the race. They might be about 5 or 6 on that top 5, but they have just recently got some good validating news as far as their particular aspect, right? And even on another drug within the pipeline too. So again, that's to be determined too down the road. So really quick here, all right? So again, going into I would say somewhat of a next talking point here, right? So again, we talked about I guess, the coronavirus, we kind of got our points on that. Again, if you guys want to come on the panel, y'all know to check, the link is in the back chat there. Jump on. I know it's late. Some of you guys probably can't talk because it's nighttime, right? Nighttime. Next to you, respect the spouses. You don't want to be all loud. You can type. I get it. But if you do want to come on, definitely the link is there. So next topic, right? So again, we know some of the basic things that we got to deal with in terms of a sitting government. Again, there's national security, the safety, right? Again, and that aspect of national security, there's health. Again, like we kind of discussed a little bit, this infrastructure. Obviously building out your infrastructure, kind of what give you, again, a livable country, right? There's the economy in terms of jobs, right? Things of that nature, and benefits in a lot of ways, in that perspective too. So let's say next topic, right? If we're done with the vaccine, before I move on from that, are we done somewhat with understanding as far as the coronavirus? Anybody on the panel, anything you want to discuss, throw out there as far as the coronavirus?
Stay safe, buckle up. That's all you can do.
Listen to the scientists.
That's right.
Victor, Vincent Ratchet Yellow, he got a video, a YouTube. Check that boy Z-Dog. He be keeping it real. He gonna tell you the real. And Peter Hotez, man. Them scientists right there, they gonna give you the real. If you're looking for actual scientific understanding of what's going on, that's where you need to be. Don't get it from Trump.
Well, I say now, you're saying that Trump got scientists too, right?
He do, but they under the payroll.
Hold up, guys. Hold up, y'all not
he gonna give you the real because they kind of keep him quiet.
Right. So I gotta play Chris Wallace here, right? So Trump has scientists now that he's obviously using more so than Dr. Redfield and Dr. Judy Burks and obviously Dr. Fauci, right? But you also still have who? That cadre of people who started in the very beginning. Again, Dr. Redfield, Burks and Fauci, and then you also have the other scientists who are doing work, again, somewhat behind the scenes, but still informing the public. Again, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, right? Some of the people that you named off, right? So it seems like there's kind of three different sects, right? Or four actually, because the American people, we got independent, but you have three different main sects of scientific data that's being, again, heralded out there to the American people, are saying, hey, pay attention to us, pay attention to my side, right? Our scientists are more credible than they are, right? But you have two of them, unequivocally, three of them to be exact, who are paid servants of the American people, who are on the payroll of the American taxpayer, right? Again, in the CDC, FDA, and the NIHA, and Dr. Fauci. So you would think those would be the top people that you would listen to, right? But
I trust Fauci, me personally. I trust that man because he be on point with the science from my understanding. And as far as the literacy go, he not gonna be to me. He made a mistake as far as with the mask at first. Yeah, but he owned that. And he not giving you too many more absolutes. He's telling you what everybody else, what the mainstream scientists, the people in the lab and clinical, people that's like in the field dealing with it. They gonna tell you that they know only a certain amount, but they have practice now, so they have ways to treat it. They not putting everybody on ventilators. They understand. That's just how science works. Especially with a novel virus, you're gonna hop out, making mistakes. You gotta learn from the mistakes and keep on going from there. And that's basically what's going on. You're not gonna have anybody that's giving you too many absolutes. That's who you should watch. That's who I'd be skeptical of, because from my experience, the only absolutes is we should not be playing.
All right, so good points. Again, sorry I had a little technical difficulty. My chart went. My charts and my doggone mic went haywire for a hot second, but I'm back. Again, y'all know me. I had like 1 million screens open. Y'all know I'm an investor trader. You know it. All right. But okay, so that's important. That's why I named out those three different sects, right? Because again, there's independent study, right? Those are people who are behind the scenes that are not obviously in government, that have that's on the payroll, but they are still practicing people who are obviously correspondents on these different news publications and channels. So they give their perspectives a lot too. Right. And then there's us, again, the American people who are independent, study, research, and things that nature too. Right. So I think some of us do even do a better job than some of these real scientists. Right. You let me tell it. Right. I always give my people credit because, again, when you push against the wall, you're going to come out fighting. Right. You're going to find a way to get what you need when it matters most, especially as investors and traders. By default, that's our daily mandate. We have to do our due diligence, right? We cannot skip things because that could be determined whether we make money or we lose money, right? So that's why I know I'm dealing with intelligent people when I have these discussions, and we're not just kind of run of the mill kind of people.
That's right. With that Sorrento, I think they don't have a vaccine. They got an antibody thing.
Right. There's different aspects of different what they bring to the table. Again, either therapeutic side or a vaccine, because you're only dealing with those two aspects. The vaccine is the ultimate, zenith that they're trying to be able to, accomplish out of all this, of course, because that's something that that should be able to obviously, quote unquote, eliminate the virus, right?
Well, that's not necessarily. It's just to combat it mainly, because the only prevention that we have so far is a mask and washing your hands. And how effective is that right now? Our situation is out of control because we don't. It's so much confusion. I don't think China.
What it say? If you have 30% of the people peeing in the pool, it's going to affect everybody. So, the problem with the democracy is everybody is so independently thinking that you're never going to get 100% of anything. So even if you get up to, what they say, if you wear a mask, you can get it up to 90%, you're going to do a good job. But, getting 90% of people to go to one restaurant is hard thing to do. So it's going to be a battle. So
and that's why even if we do get a vaccine, it ain't even gonna matter because you got so many people that's they just made their mind up that they don't trust the science. So that's one amount of people right there that you gotta be concerned about, because it's gonna continue to circulate through those people, because there is no the immunity does not it's not lasting too long. From everything that's being scientifically documented, it's not going past, I think, like maybe barely even 3 months. So that's why they have these booster shots. That's why Moderna shots are a 2-shot, because the immunity wanes. So that's what a vaccine. Imagine what it's doing with you not getting the natural immunity. The herd immunity thing is going to become a normal thing. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be people continuously dying. I mean, it's not going to be healthy people dying, but the people that are susceptible, there's going to be a consistent threat to them. And these are our grandparents. This is our people like with sickle cell. This is any type of compromising disease in the black community, it's rampant. Whether you got diabetes,
that is a wake up call for actually looking at our health. I mean, you can't. My philosophy has always been like, count it all joy. Whatever you go through is going to make you stronger for it. But it's going to make people relook at, okay, what are we eating? How healthy are we? Because we're going to have to battle this stuff, and I don't think anybody's going to come save us. You know what I mean? So we're going to have to, even, my parents, I got parents at 86 and 83, and my wife's parents are 80, I think they're 84 and 82. But I mean, everybody in the family is trying to make sure that they are protected, you quarantine before you go see them and that kind of thing. But it's difficult, but it's one of those things. If
it's necessary.
It's necessary. You got to do it.
It's good that it's getting done. And people are normalizing it. That's the only way any kind of dent is going to be put in it. That's why I see a lot in my community in Houston. I went from seeing people take it as a joke to everywhere you go, it's only certain demographics that's not taking it serious because they kind of ignorant of the science. But like black people, pretty much is over here. It's starting to become a reality because we got the dashboard thing. We can check on our zip code, and in my zip code alone, it's 1,000 people just confirmed right now. And then right across the street is another zip code. It's 15 over there, and another it's just. It ain't went nowhere. People thinking is we won. No, we ain't won. we ain't did nothing to win. We are losing right now.
Sure, some work to do now,
especially in America.
right. And the statistics, the data will keep bearing that out. And my my optimistic view way back in the day, I guess this was in March or something. I said, well, no way we would let this get over, 20,000, 30,000. And then so we had this debate. Is it going to be, Vietnam War 130, 150,000? It's going to be, World War II, which was what, a couple 170 or something like that. And then so now I think the last war is Civil War, 600,000. I mean, could we possibly hit that number? That's a
I mean,
possibility.
that's where it's trajected to go. And as long as you don't got no vaccine, the number ain't gonna slow down. Especially if people is thinking it's fake, or they thinking it's something that we just don't need to take serious. That's the main thing, because those are really turning out to be the main people that end up with it. Especially like you had that Brazilian president. He was
All right,
it
yeah.
was what I'm saying on that, and then he ended up catching it, and his wife caught it. Then they did the hydrochloroquine. That ain't
Hmm.
that ain't doing that. That's not doing nothing to the actual virus. It's not. It has no effect on the actual virus. It just treats the symptom.
Trying to
That's what
make
people
use,
think.
yeah, of the symptoms, yeah.
You can't get fooled by some. That's like saying what is it? Flu is a cure to the flu. It's not. It's a treatment to. People got to understand that science, man. You don't understand that thoroughly, you will be
But
consistently
that,
confused.
but that is a challenge, right? That is a challenge. People are out here working, they're running, they're trying to make things happen, put food on the table, pay their
Right.
for their rent, mortgage, and then now you throw this other project in the middle of their lives. So I mean, that's where this collective of institutions supposed to be there to save people from themselves, and that's where the dysfunction is right now. So
Then we got other stuff
yeah,
going on, like in Houston, we just had rain and flooding, and
yeah,
Louisiana, what I'm
yeah,
saying, hurricane steady hitting.
yeah,
Like that don't help the situation, because people are still thinking, oh, that's some. It's two things to worry about.
yeah.
Serious thing.
Yeah, then climate change.
There you go. Yeah. So some Moderna. I think I bought some of that. About my son told me about it about 2 months ago, and he says, "Dad, you got to get this." He's in the medical field. He says it's gonna be a good company. He liked the people on their board and that kind of thing, and they've been solid.
Yeah, the science
So
is silent on that, and then
yeah.
it's the less that's like I said, I was going to do the trial, but I ended
Hmm.
up couldn't do it. They disqualified me because I ended up figuring out that day that I had like high blood pressure. I had no clue. I'm not even out of shape. So this is just another thing that helps people that need to go check that type of stuff out. But uh, they they it's not. I lost my train of thought. Forgot what I was gonna go with
The,
that, but the science is solid. It's basically something that you're not gonna catch the actual virus. You're just getting the side effects of it through the R. That's how advanced we are in 2020 right now. You don't even have to
mhm.
be exposed to the actual virus. You just get exposed to a part of the virus's DNA, and boom, you have that. That's why people are getting chills and headaches. These are the same. If you pay attention, like the chills, and that's your body reacting to. Usually,
To
it would
something,
be
yeah.
a virus. You know what I'm saying? But there's no virus, so that's it. It's fascinating to me. I love science, and ever since this whole coronavirus thing, I sat down. I watched hours and hours and hours of lectures off this that dude Vincent Racaniello, watching these 12 things every couple of days. They drop a fresh one. It's constantly letting you know like what's going. They got like a clinical. I forgot what his title is, but he's in New York. He's hands on, letting you know like what the he's telling you like some certain thing that Dr. Fauci said like is incorrect. Like
So
you can't go see how much viral load you have. Dr. Fonzie said that you could, but he was like, shoot, if you can't show us, because we trying to figure it out how to even much, you know what I'm saying? Because
Right.
it's
So if you have this type of virus that most people are still uninformed about, technically, and you know how you don't want to create panic or whatever, or whenever people actually, the data always gets out, right? I mean, you can only hide something for a while, but once it gets out, that'll happen you post election, or you thinking this is going to happen before election, and when it does, is everything going to get shut down again, or because the market can't handle all this uncertainty? The market's going to, everybody's talking about, oh, will we get past next week before we get another pullback? So people are saying, hey, 2 weeks. Some people saying, next year.
we're talking about as
So
far as what the vaccine.
yeah, well, remember, this is all it all kind of works together. If you have devastating, non-controllable spread, and
Mm-hmm.
and kids are going back to schools, kids are getting sick, they're affecting their grandparents and parents. When you have that second wave or third wave or whatever you want to call it, the economy, half the people working from home now. So if you cut that down even more, then you're talking about.
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking
Go
news.
ahead.
Here live on African Emporium CTV. You had a futures market up 165 points during the debate,
No
when it
way.
seems that the market was booming for the ideal that they was agreeing with some aspects of what we know as Trump being the kind of candidate to kind of ease the aspect of the markets and work in their favor. And since the debate, as you see here, we 100% did a 180 on the futures market, and we're down now 182 points in the US 30. The US 500 is down 21 points. As you can see, the tech obviously down 7-8 points, and also the small cap Russell, obviously the Wilshire, is down 10 points, and we now have the VIX back up. So you've had a 180-degree turn in the futures market, obviously under the debate. So apparently Wall Street is not feeling comfortable about some candidate. Who
I was going to
is
buy
that
some
candidate?
calls. I was going to buy some calls today. I'm glad I didn't.
That is going to be up for debate, because
It
that's
is.
why I want to have this conversation with you guys, my intellectual peers, my investors and traders out there in financial arms, because these things move markets. Whoever sits in that chair controls the markets. We know that Trump is using the markets as a what? As a stronghold to be a benchmark of his presidency. So he needs the market to always perform in a way that it shows that he's doing a good job. But ultimately, we know that markets are not a telltale signal to what happens in terms of Main Street America. The real fabric of economy is its people, right? It's citizens who put in the work. Artiflation, artiflating assets in terms of markets, again, backstopping the bond market, right? And these things are not really indicative of what your overall economy looks like. And sometimes people have a hard time being able to assess that. And again, that's why I'm always asking you guys, when you look around and ask yourself some very basic questions, when you look around, look at your peers, your family members, co-workers, whatever, and you ask yourself, well, how many of these people also invest in the markets like me? Right? In most cases, it's a very small number in some aspects. And it shows, it really shows you how people are either disconnected with understanding how financial freedom really works in terms of not necessarily being dependent on government, not being dependent on jobs, right? And or if they are invested, they understand these are going to be the things to really backstop their life, so they can deal with a pandemic if necessary, best that they can. If they can deal with GDP contraction, if there's a thing where we run into that because of bad governance or bad economic, macro data points. So it's important. Now, again, it's just a futures market. Right? It's just one of many. But again, we were up 170-something points during the debate. So some aspects of that, Wall Street was feeling comfortable, right? But after further review, again, that's that caveat. After further review, they've dumped the markets. They've dumped the markets, and we're down there going on there 200 points on the US 30 right now as we speak. Gold is down. Gold was, maybe it was already down, but it was down maybe like about about 3 or 4 points. Now it's down 8 points. So again, gold is trading in correlation to the equity markets, which is obviously supposed to be a hedge. It's supposed to be trading in the opposite direction.
Right.
But this news is obviously kind of caused a major shift, right, in tonight's future market. And it's going lower as we speak. We're now crossing over the 200 mark in terms of negative 200 points now on the Dow, pretty much giving back, what Liberty gains it tried to produce today at some point before it turned red again. The market was all over the place again. You guys saw it like I did, right? And the VIX is up 0.96 cents. So this is interesting. Now, also in me saying that, again, before we get back on track and get some more of these talking points out for our debate tonight, again, look at your Asian market. The Asian markets were up, guys, during the debate. So apparently these people are watching from afar, right, saying, okay, well, how can we leverage this? How can we leverage their in-house fighting to make our economies better? We know China obviously is the number one antithesis value to what? Our economy, right? They're trying to get that superpower seat, right? And there was already forecasting by the year 2025, pre-pandemic, that China was actually going to overtake America as what? The world's superpower. Couldn't make this stuff up. So again, whether you say, well, dang, that's interesting. All of a sudden now we got hit this pandemic that pushed back their timeline. Was it orchestrated? Dun 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 dun. Right? Or was it not?
EEM calls. I should have jumped on those. I was thinking about EEM calls anyway because I said I was going to take a position on either side. If Trump did real well or if Biden did real well, I was going to play a little bit on the healthcare side if Biden won. But the EEMs, I was going to do for Biden as well.
Some of the family might not still be in their learning stage of understand the market. We know the EEM, that's pretty much emerging markets, right? You guys have heard me speak about that before, even on our Dagger Squad channel. Emerging markets are pretty much just, these are the futuristic, economic chess pieces on the global map that at some point they're going to reach their level of growth and expansion because they're still a young market, right? With a lot of young talent, but they're not at the so-called quote unquote, in some cases, first world reality in terms of their technology infrastructure like you get out of China, obviously in America, some parts of Europe, right? So they're a fledgling economy that has a lot of potential that people are starting to invest in early. Again, a la India, right? India is really catching traction. A la Brazil. Brazil is catching a lot of traction. Again, y'all know the continent of Africa still has so much untapped potential. It's just beyond crazy, right? So at some point, these markets are going to take off. So again, obviously, Brother Phil is referencing that in terms of being able to kind of leverage those particular upside moments in terms of the call buys, right? Buying a option contract to the long side. So, but that's important. So I want to make sure I touch on that because again, we've seen the market do a 180 and we're actually down more than we were up, again, during the debate, and then now, so after the debate, Wall Street is now showing you exactly what they got out of that, all that information. Now, whether they was, not necessarily impressed by either candidate, whether they were disappointed in one particular candidate or whether they was impressed by one candidate, that obviously shows it's an anti-aspect of what the markets will obviously, reflect in that data. Therein lies the conundrum, right? That we have to try to decipher and unpack that as investors, as traders, or again, for some of our people who are on here that are not necessarily in the industry, but as the so-called Main Street recipient, that's going to have to deal with the economic policies that's going to come down from some particular sitting president, right? Because it's all relevant, right? It's all relevant at the end of the day. So again, I just wanted to show that real quick. I didn't mean to interject on the bill, but again, we was watching the future market. It was up, and now we've done 100% 180, and plus tax, we're down even more. So we may, again, this is hypothetical. It's speculative. We're already down near close to 1% in the futures market, which y'all know that's going to be bigger in the actual equity market when we open up the retail markets because the futures market is obviously, off, by close to that of a point or so, in any value in terms of, the futures market, right? Especially when it comes to the US 500 or the SPY, right? So right now we're already back down to that real key point of support in the S&P 500 after being able to gap up out of, the Sunday's future market ahead of this presidential election debate week in the markets. We're finding massive weakness here on the back end of the debate, which obviously did not fare very well with Wall Street, right? And so as you can see here, I got my little stuff all over my chart like I typically do. Y'all know I got training going on, so sometimes I put this stuff up for training purposes too. But again, this is very important because again, I want to show you here coming into the market this week, we had a massive run up Friday until the close, right? Again, look at this U-shaped reversal kind of somewhat, and the market's coming out of what Wednesday into what Friday, right? Again, double bottom almost to the degree here on the lows here around about 320 on the S&P right here, which obviously was indicative of them trying to what? Play defensive, right? Get the market off the lows, right? Because we know, y'all knows what I know, we would have broke that 320, right? Therein lies, the moonshot to get back up towards the what? The 340s in a way where it would have been very prolific, right? For the longs or the bulls of the market to say that we got a good launching pad to take the market higher, right? And so this was obviously an artificial run-up Friday. We know that by all intents and purposes. That is not retail trading in those candles right there. I don't care who you are, what planet you're from, how bullish you are on the market, whatever you take as far as a thesis, y'all know that this is all artificial right here. Could not make this stuff up. Markets do not move like that in a relative value on a sequential value, throughout a period of less than 24 hours, right? And so, again, manufactured move up from the Feds, whoever was in control of the market, it gave the gap up that they needed going above what? The 200-day moving average here into the debate, right? They lost it, though. We lost the 200-day moving average, obviously, today, right? They did not see that coming, right? They did not want that to happen, but it happened. But it just showed you the relative weakness in the markets overall that we're still trading what? On borrowed money, funny money, helicopter money from the Feds to backstop equity markets to show the real true weakness that we're dealing with. Because, again, no matter who you put in office, we know without doubt the entire reset of the markets that came off the March lows was a clear indication of what we already knew about the markets being what? Kind of what? Thinned out anyway. We came from 2017 in Trump's first, aspect of sitting at the helm of the American, seat in terms of president, right? Took the markets off this point here, literally, right? Ran it all the way up here again. And we know pretty much all of 2019, without doubt, was just what? The Feds. Quantitative easing started what? Obviously, the back end of 2019, all right, September. But before that, even then, it was just a whole lot of what? Market pumping.
Now, but I did see the Fed. Just like, I don't know, 3 or 4 months before the summer. You could see the repo. You could see the transactions in the reports. But I mean, since the middle of summer, I hadn't seen anything. So I don't know. I mean, where did they actually post?
I'm happy you asked that question, my brother, because, again, I know sometimes you got to tune in when you can because, your brother, I'll be all over your data points, right? So I was breaking this stuff down even way back in February, right, about where to go find, again, get the data. Now, we know that there are several branches of the Federal Reserve, again, that we have.
St. Louis.
Dallas, Fed, Atlanta, Philly, right? New York, all right? So the fiscal aspects of that in terms of people who control treasury yields, things of that nature, data points dealing with that, we know getting that out of the St. Louis Fed, and we get that out of the New York branch, right? So the New York branch, in terms of being a indication on how to read that data point real quick. I'm gonna jump over real quick, and we're gonna get back to the discussion again because I don't want to lose this energy because you guys are, y'all dropping that good heat, right? That good heat. All right. So real quick, run over here. This is the website again. For some of you guys don't have it. It's not hard to find. Type in Federal Reserve of New York, right? Federal Reserve of New York gives you again any of the repo operations that was obviously going real heavy back in what? March, April.
Yeah, but
they were dumping billions of dollars, right? And so as you can see here now, a lot of the operations coming out of the New York branch has been pretty much pulled back to what? To a minimum or to zero at best. So guess what? Look at here. Today you had an operation for the Treasury, right? Not mortgage-backed lending loans, not the agency to the Treasury collateral loan, but more so just an average Treasury same-day fixed settlement of only about what? And these, keep in mind, this is done in terms of a billion. As you can see there's the billion.
Right.
So there was a $1.3 billion Treasury backstop repo operation that came out today. Again, it came out of yesterday, as you can see here, Tuesday into Wednesday, right? And therein lies again the time of the operation. As you're showing here, is clearly showing you what this operation got underway at 1:15 p.m. in terms, and the market parties that was that they had to synchronize and acknowledge again, just like I seen in that acknowledge on again for my IT people out there, right? I mean, they had to clear the Federal Reserve. Same way when you send a wire transfer, it had to go through the Feds to be what? filtered first before it goes on to its end party. Those were operations I also went through. So $1.3 billion, again, a drop in the bucket opposed to what they were doing early on when they were dropping what? 20 billion, 50 billion almost in a day, right? 30 billion, all right? So that's also is indicative of why the markets are being what? Shaken a lot late. They've been rattled. That's why the volatility has came back, because they no longer have been controlling a lot of that what? Because they've been doing it basically to kill the volatility, right? You kill the volatility, you can control the markets. It's a simple plan as that. Everybody knows that. That's how they manipulate markets, right? Kill the volatility, we can direct the way which way it needs to go. Again, BlackRock is one of the order desks or the book desk that's been doing the operation for the Feds by way of buying some of the ETFs of late. We know that's the next mandate that the Feds have moved into. At this juncture in the game, they're actually buying ETFs outright at this point. The next step beyond that, if they had to go there, is them to just buy what? Stocks outright, right? So again, they're very strategic in their operation. They're going towards the ETFs that have the biggest weighted tech sector stocks in it, because those are things that's been carrying the market the entire summer. Again, we heard SoftBank came out pretty much and dropped the bombshell on everybody that they paid $4 billion for option calls for the tech sector. That was the reason why the market was going up, brother. They bought $4 billion worth of contract. That's not even in their wheelhouse. They don't even do option equities as a way to procure money for their what? Their institution, right? They're more so in the aspect of building what? IPOs, right? Bringing what? These fledgling companies to market, right? Again, y'all know some of the companies underneath their portfolio. So that was very odd that they did that, but we know unequivocally that those particular stocks in the tech sector were the only ones carrying the entire market on their back, literally for about 3 months. Couldn't make this stuff up. And this right here proves that in terms of operation, how they got what? Smaller and smaller. Now go back, look at some of the days here. Look at the days here. You see what? Zero. You see what? 0.004. So $400 million here on this day, back on the 25th. I mean, we can keep going, right? The longer I keep going, you're going to see what? Zeros. So that means the Fed's been asleep at the wheel in terms of a lot of the weaker operators when they kind of pull back some of their what? Their operations over time, just going back, for a good little while. Right? Oh, these are the ones going further out. So real quick.
Yeah, I think June is when they were dropping 50. I think I saw one for $57 billion in there. I mean, they were
right.
They were
really big numbers. Really big numbers. Right. So if you go to, hold up, I would have to go back and look at the ones from. How do you pull up the old operations? I don't want to get into all to that now because I don't want to mess up the flow. And have I've done it before, but for the sake of conversation, let's do it. So real quick, outside of that, the other way you tell is go to the what?
St. Louis?
Right.
Okay.
Right? I've been breaking that data down for quite a while. And again, people need to know how this monetary system works, especially if you're invested in the markets, right? And whether you find it to be useful or not, again, that's up to you. But I tell you this, it's important to know where the money's at, right? Because the ultimate thing that we always do is what? We have to what? Follow what? The money, right? You have to follow the money. There's no other way around that, right? In order for you to be, again, ahead of the game, again, this is chess, not checkers. You have to be able to follow the money, right? Because that's important. Right, so
they post at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then they could post something at 1:15 or 1:45. Yeah, so they at 8 o'clock it tells you a lot. If they drop a big number in 8 a.m., then you know the market's probably going to open up or something.
Right, you know what I'm saying? You get a chance to see what's going on. Again, in relation to what do our markets look like, right? What do the operations, look like in terms of some of the the data points that they're trying to do to keep their mandate so-called what? In line, right? Because we know that recently the other big bombshell news that came out was what? The Fed's pretty much telling you that they've raised that what? Inflation target, right? Remember 2% used to be the extreme case ceiling? Now they're trying to say 2% is dang near the floor. And a lot of people may not understand that, but again, that's why I implore y'all to keep doing your research and study hard, because y'all need to learn how these people are taking taxpayers' money. And again, they're just bankrolling institutions.
That's it.
Institutions don't go home with you, right? Institutions ain't got nothing to do with how you live your life. So again, of course, they're backstopping the rich, right? They're backstopping the rich. And here it is, we're still sitting at a real gross domestic product at about a negative 31.7% change from the preceding period of what? The Q2 of 2020. So y'all know, again, we talk about beyond that, a recession.
Mm-hmm.
right? Beyond that of the recession, we're still sitting there down, way down. Matter of fact, I'm sorry, I ain't showing my screen. I'm just talking. Right? I'm sorry, Sister Angie. Y'all got to let me know I get to talking. And I mess around, forget that y'all being over there waiting to get in. So forgive me, sis.
Okay.
So real quick, let me just go drop this quick little data point. I'm going to let you guys get back to kind of hold it down because y'all are dropping bombs tonight. But here's how you come to. So this is the Feds, right? They call it the Fred, right? Economic research. This is the GDP. We're still at a negative 31.7 as of August 27th with the last particular, update, because again, they do it quarterly because that's, we're talking about quarterly 3 months of a fiscal report card to kind of let us know whether we kind of improved or not. So we haven't been this level since, we've never been this low before, even the Great Depression, right? And y'all know the definition of what recession, right? What is the definition of a recession?
I thought it was 15% or is 15% pullback or
you have to have at least two fiscal quarters of negative growth.
Negative
growth.
Yeah.
In order to be considered in a recession, right? So I asked a very simple question before we go back to some other data points, right? Where is the organic growth since April? Anybody?
Tech.
Is there any organic growth out there? Or is the market up because of the Fed and the Feds only?
Yep. Yeah. Basically buybacks and stuff. So yeah.
Well, they stopped a lot of the buybacks. Keep in mind, this is all again funding money. The printer been going what? All night, right? All day, every day, right? Funding money, helicopter money. Because this data point here, this is what? Data, right? Backed by a CUSIP number and everything. So let you know right here, you still sitting at what? Negative what? 31.7. Couldn't make this stuff up. This data been going back far as what? 1947. In terms of what under the the Philly, the St. Louis Fed. So again, this is your real-time treasury report. This ain't no hypothetical. This ain't no I think it is. This ain't no speculation, right? This is them saying this is where we at. This is what we've been looking like, going back here to 1947 in terms of our economy, all in one scenario. Then you got this big drop off the map here, doof, right? That thing fell off the back of Earth. That thing failed. Did it fail? So again, it's important to notice. So we're not being bamboozled because how do an incoming president or the incumbent president that's still sitting there fix this? You can't fix this on talking points alone because now
infrastructure is
right, you've incurred so much of a massive debt because again, we still got to deal with what? People that's defaulting on debt. Now those numbers starting to come out based on Forbes and everybody saying we're starting to default on debt. It's starting to come out now. When they stop this backstopping people to pay rent, right? This moratorium and all that money come due all at once. Do y'all think these people that own these rental property gonna say, guess what? You can pay it over time, or do they don't want all their money? Again, I own properties, right? I got tenants. Trust me, I know what it's like. You got to put people in there that can obviously be able to kind of keep up, right? So who you put in your home right now is going to be important. But after the moratorium is over, there's nothing binding by law that tells you that you have to take partial payments. If you demand all your money up front, that tenant going to have to be able to put it up, or you can evict them. That's how crazy this stuff is. They don't have an answer for this thing. The more that they try to convince you that they do. So that's why it's important for us that we always follow the money, because following the money determines the policy, right? Follow the money because it determines the policy, right? Because they're going to have to come up with something, or they're going to have to keep printing money. And guess what? They ain't giving that money to you. They're giving it to who? The markets. Banks, institutions, corporations, not you. And here it is, November, literally, and they still ain't got you a second stimulus check. Now, there's other countries out there that has a far less GDP than us, and they're paying their citizens dang near weekly. Canada got, Europe. And these people sitting there looking at you in your face saying, guess what? We don't think you deserve your own money, because that's where it's coming from, out of your own tax money. Couldn't make this stuff up. Again, y'all know my position. They all charlatans. I don't make no secret. All of them charlatans. Every last one of them are charlatans. Right? I didn't have to live this long in my life to realize that. And being proud military, I know it's all about a whole lot of smoke and mirrors, dangling the carrots, to keep you interested in thinking that you got the scenario where it's this and this, that. Whatever. Move on, brother. Move on, brother. But yeah, so I just want to share that little data point. Let me shut up and go back and hide in here and eat my little cold food that I didn't get a chance to eat earlier. I'm gonna let you guys continue discussing this debate. So again, we touched on the coronavirus. Now let's move on to the next topic real quick. I'm sorry, go ahead, Sister Angie. I'm sorry. You're saying something, Sister Angie?
I said your mic might be breaking up. Your mic might be breaking up again.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, we hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right. So again,
Yeah.
so real quick, so again, I know I kind of went on a little quick little data tangent there, but I had to throw that out there real quick in terms of breaking news because again, I'm watching the future market literally do a 180, and so a lot of people bought calls going into the close of the market because they feel like, again, this how they politicize the market so much to the fact that you're now actually trying to make educated guesses, which is more so like betting on who can deliver you the best bang for your buck into your position for the next day. And so I don't know how to grade the debate because the future market is throwing up right now. Right? It's throwing up. Right? It's down 188 points, right at this moment as we speak. Now, I will tell y'all this now, transparency. I showed it about them 331 calls. Excuse me, puts. I bought some 331 puts. Hey,
that's good. Yeah, my call did not fill, and I'm glad it didn't.
Right? I bought them 331 puts, right? And I bought the 330 puts. All right, transparency, 100% transparency, right? And I'm only I'm not gonna say I just did it only because of the fact of the debate, and I feel like they're gonna go at each other's throat and cause everybody to come lose, right? But I'm gonna show y'all this one thing that let
me see your chart on what you were looking at on your chart. Yeah,
you know me, because I always go to the chart, right? I always go to the tea leaves, right? I'm like a sage, right? Man, go get them bones, go get them bottle caps, get them dice. I'm throwing craps all across the back. Let me see what them tea leaves look like, right? Because I need to see, again, clarity, in my opinion, in the market to make me feel, the way I do when it comes to my positioning. Right now, instantly here, right? Y'all know it's always a method to my madness, right? Y'all know I'm y'all, I'm that, that cousin, like, man, that brother there, you got to bear with him for a moment, right? But so I seen this here. I seen a very simple scenario where the 20-day moving average is still downtrending. I see that we're still at the bottom of the linear regression band, closer to it, right? Then we are at the mean line, which is sign of strength, right? Now this is on the daily. Now if I liken this down to the 1 hour chart, then it becomes even more lucid, right? Then it becomes even more lucid what I seen, right? Look at that 200-day moving average on the 1 hour chart. Look where the market closed at tonight, ahead of a presidential debate, where Wall Street was not confident enough to get the markets above the 200-day moving average going into the debate. You literally talking about to the T. You that close, and they could not close the markets above the 200-day moving average on the 1 hour chart. Couldn't make that stuff up.
Do you ever use a 4 hour on that?
I use every time frame. You know me, I check everything. I even use the tick chart. I came up in the game trading tick charts. 133 tick chart. I need to see the market move like an equalizer for me to feel confident about it in some cases. But here you go. Right now, this is after hours. Granted, this is after hours. Granted, this area here, right, the shaded area. But look right here in the close, right? You see right here, this 1 hour into the close. What did we come at? We came right to the 200-day moving average and got rejected, right? And closed, obviously, as you see here at 332.37. So we closed down into the close. We closed down here at the 20-day moving average into the close. It came all the way down here into the close. It was dumping. And then after hours, you had this little kind of snapback, right? Which that was all about, right? Come on, they pumping, right?
Yeah.
They trying to do that for show, ahead of the show, right? So to speak, the after party, right? So
that's when that's when I thought I missed my entry on my call. They didn't fill my order. I'm like, man, that would have been good. But now, in the morning it would have been horrible. So yeah. I think I did a QQQ call. Yeah.
Right. So again, that was just my little thesis. Again, that's my disclaimer. Y'all know me. I'm gonna lay it out there. I gotta be transparent. I took those 331 and the 330 puts into the to the event, so to speak, more so what I saw in the charts. Because if there's ever a moment for them to really rally behind Trump, right, being the candidate of choice in terms of Wall Street's mind, because they benefited so greatly off his pumping up the markets. Well, here was a chance for them to really what?
Yeah.
Show him how much they really, appreciate what he's done for the market. And me tell me they got a further 200-day moving average here on Monday, way up here, up in there 335.
And couldn't hold it.
And couldn't hold it. So we already been seeing the headlines been coming out saying that now Wall Street's starting to say what? I know Trump. That ain't no secret. Whether you're a Trump fan or you're not, right? It ain't no secret to that. They're trying to what? Already kind of front run the change of the card, right? That's what Wall Street do. They're a discounted mechanism. They're featuring what? A forward-looking statement value organization. So that's it. So again, let me be quiet. Let's move on to the next topic again. I had to show that real quick.
One quick question. Do you think he's got enough Fed money to pump this thing all the way till November? You think there's enough?
Let me ask you this question. Let me show you how I always look at y'all as, again, that's why y'all my intellectual what? Equals, right? Do you think he had the time to worry about the market and a debate and the presidency and campaigning at the same time?
Well, Mnuchin's going to do his work on the Fed, though. I mean, I think he tasked, he's a delegator. So he'll say, Mnuchin, make sure this market is creeping all the way to the election day. And since I didn't see any Fed money come in during that summer, I'm thinking, well, he must be holding all this back until he can, he's got this, 6 weeks planned out. That was my thought anyway. I mean, I don't know.
But we just went to the New York Reserve, and we saw everything. Well, obviously up until today, that's on the books, which is what? Crickets.
Yeah.
Because the Fed's been coming out after the last FOMC meeting. What have they been saying? That's on the books. Which right? What? Crickets. Right?
Yeah.
So because the Fed's been coming out after the last FOMC meeting. What have they been saying? Somebody can y'all mute your mics real quick. Right? Crickets. Everybody mute your mics real quick. Because the Fed's been coming out after the last FOMC meeting. What have they been saying? All right, can y'all hear me now? Okay, I heard some feedback. It was reverb in the back. So basically, like I said before, they pretty much came out after the last meeting and told y'all outright, right, that what? We think that the progress is kind of improving, but we're still what? Heavily monitoring it. So this last meeting was pretty much a telltale sign that they are feeling a little bit more what? Hawkish than dovish. Even though it was a dovish message, but the tone was still what? Hawkish. What did the markets do? It dumped. Right? So that's telling you right now that they've done what they feel like all they could do at this point, and the rest is on who? Congress. That's why he kept beating the drum. Congress still have to do their part. Congress still have to do their part. Congress have to still do their part. And what is Congress doing? Taking vacations, sitting on their hands, infighting like little kids. Again, y'all see the thumbnail that I got up even with Trump and what? Biden, right? Like kids, right? And therein lies why the market has not really been what? Performing like it was doing during the summer months when everybody could just throw a name at a stock and buy and it made money. That is a thing of the past now, right? Now you have to go out there and really hunt a little bit, right? And you got to hope that your thesis is more, relegated to what the reality of the markets are looking like, opposed to what? A very accommodative Fed. So again, we've been nailing it. We've been nailing it. I will go on record and say that we've been nailing the SPY. We've been nailing these other little stocks. We've been crushing, right? Coming out of one weekend into the next. So again, it's been very revealing. I guess I should say that to myself. But nonetheless, I'm fortunate because that's all you got to do is what? Make sure you're on the right side of the trade, right? The trend is your friend to make money in this industry, right? And so we've been able to do that thus far. And I'm excited, again, that's why we circle our own wagons. I mean, us in this our little circle of truth, and we're trying to benefit off this data and unpack it the best we can. So, again, very much so, this is going to be, just my opinion, a scenario where I think Trump's going to be a little too much consumed here over the next few weeks to worry about the markets, because you keep in mind, y'all know he hadn't said anything about the market sitting at what? All-time highs anymore lately? He ain't even been talking about the markets lately. Because why? The market's been dumping. He can't cheerlead for something that ain't performing. So what is he left with? He got to go out there and fight all the other allegations now. His taxes, and he got to go out there and beat up Joe Biden and say he's senile and talk about everybody, because he can't use the markets as that catalyst anymore. Well, not at this moment here, I should say, because the markets are starting to falter, right? They're starting to falter. Again, the reality is creeping in that it's just tired. The markets are tired. It's exhausted. It went on a 5-month tear. We ain't never seen it like this ever in history. There's no historical data out there that ever shown something like this. You talking about a V-shaped recovery and made an all-time high during a pandemic with no organic growth, supply chains disrupted, people out of work. I mean, people dying, you name it. It was happening, and the market still doing what? Going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. Couldn't make this stuff up. Any other scenario would have been 100% black swan, not just this initial information, because it would have bounced, right? You would have came back maybe halfway or maybe 2/3 of the way, and then you would have had to correct yourself back to the downside. A real true black swan event. This thing did what? It went higher, made all-time high. Couldn't make this stuff up. So yeah, he benefited from pumping the market. Okay, yeah, it helped some of our 401ks, TSP, Roth account. Granted, if nothing else, protect people's savings, right? But we know ultimately these companies that were getting all this forward, guidance, leeway and passes are not able to produce, right, to meet the mandate of them getting all this this liberal helicopter money to backstop their businesses. No R&D, CapEx spending been gone. All this buybacks that was happening before the pandemic that thinned out their coffers to be able to be proficient and able to deal with downturn, because they got greedy and got comfortable. All of them were riding through Gravy Valley and biscuit wheels. And now the gravy got dried up and the biscuits got dry, and they were just hurting. And so the Feds tried to help them out. And again, it really did them no much of a disservice. It just kind of prolonged their death, for lack of better terminology. That's all it did. Right? So whatever. All right. So again, let's get back to you guys, right? Let's get back to you guys breaking this stuff down, because that's why it's important. So really quick, I know it's after 12, it's going on 1 o'clock. We up doing this thing late, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people out there doing the same thing. We're trying to make sense of this stuff going into the market, or to tomorrow, definitely. So again, y'all see my little position again. I kind of laid it out. I got puts, right? 331 and 330 puts. Let's see if they're going to print tomorrow. Right now, they winning on paper, right? On paper, they're winning. But that could easily change tomorrow morning, because Trump can get up and say something crazy, and the market can go up by 500 points, right? And blow right through my little dusty puts.
So what about the earnings? We getting ready to go into the heart of October earnings.
Q3 session.
Q3, yeah. So if you may get some bumps in certain things, but if the Fed has used, or Trump has used all his money, and there's not much left to use, or you start to mess with inflation, then earnings season is going to be a bloodbath. Then I guess, right? Except for Zoom, Tesla, and some of the fangs.
Well, of course, we know we got the COVID plays, right? Y'all know Jim been beating that horse. I mean, they beat that horse to death. Right? They rode the back of that horse. Again, Zoom went from what?
Zoom,
Zoom. Near 400.
Awesome, yeah.
Near 500 to be exact. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up. Again, stocks that really give you something, first up, again, quid pro quo. Again, your Amazon, your Costco, your Target, right? Discretionary, scenarios like that. Of course, you would say that they deserved it because they were actually producing an essential value or product, right? That's why consumer staples and consumer discretionary, consumer staples, I should more than anything, was very vital during the pandemic, right?
Peloton, Nike.
No, hold up, consumer staples. And these are items that you can't live without. Food, right? Stuff like that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right. Because they was the only thing that was open under the quarantine mandate, right? Mm-hmm. And then obviously utilities obviously still had its place because, again, it had to keep lights on, right? Even though you probably couldn't pay, but whatever, right? But ultimately, what happened was Yeah, what they say? Well, what happened was they said, guess what? Bump all that. We finna go to the company where we can get rich. Let's buy some Tesla.
Tesla, that's it.
Right, with that kind of laugh. They buy some Apple and some Netflix, right? And Amazon. They buy tech in the middle of a pandemic. Okay, yeah, communication. You can't eat technology though, not like that. Social media, you can't eat Facebook. It gave you something to do to keep you bored and not necessarily want to get guns, go shoot up the White House. Probably, I don't know, maybe I don't get it, but you need toilet paper, right? You needed paper towels, you needed grits, right? You needed food, right? But all those things end up becoming somewhat. They got some meat, but they didn't get the meat that they were supposed to get. So you had companies like Zoom, which is an online meeting place for people to conduct business on, that went from $60 to $500. Tesla went from $380 on the load to $2,300. Couldn't make this stuff up. An electric vehicle that probably none of y'all own. Now some of y'all might got one, but Tesla, a novelty item, a company that just barely went profitable just yesterday, and all of a sudden Wall Street said, guess what? We're gonna bless you. We're gonna bless you. Cause ain't nothing more than we need in anything during the pandemic is Tesla. Get excited.
What about Nicola? Nicola was a pumping though.
Man, that's another I'd be here for hours breaking that down, because I've been following that thing like a scientist. That whole debacle, man, I'll be here for
GM too.
Right, I'll be here for days. I ain't gonna take y'all through that drama right now, because I'll be going on. We even get out the thing at 4 a.m. in the morning. But y'all know me, I am a student of the game. I'm always gonna follow the money and follow the research and give the best read I can based upon my ability to kind of decipher this stuff. But Nicola, man, good luck. That's all I'm gonna say on that mess there. Right? Good luck. All right. So real quick, again, I don't want to get too crazy. So next topic: national defense. National defense. How safe do you feel in America, right, as a citizen? Right? How safe do you feel as a citizen? Do you feel like the candidates tonight gave you some level of stability in terms of national security? Because y'all know, let's be honest, whether you're a Republican or Democrat, independent, y'all know Trump been out there throwing all kind of cars in the wheels and diplomatic allies and stuff like that. We might have made a few new enemies. Let's be 100% real. We ain't got to see him play the radio just because you like a personality. He done made a few enemies. So how do y'all feel about national security tonight that they kind of spoke about going forward? Anybody can go down the road.
Military still running the show. So they rebuffed him when he tear gassed the people at the church. When he walked over to the church, so the military is still running the show. I'm not too concerned about that. They're like, okay, you're here for 4 years. We're gonna be here for another 200. So I'm not too concerned until I see the military leaders start to lose their footing, because they are nonpartisan. They don't care if you're Democratic or Republican. They're supposed to be protecting the Constitution. So when that changes, then I'm going to be concerned. But I hadn't seen anything yet.
So Brother Phil kind of gave us a synopsis. What about you, Sister Angie?
I think China's trying to surround us, and Trump is locking us all in. That's what's going on with that. I don't know. There's bases closing in Africa. There's bases closing, around the world. Some countries are upset about, they closed off to American citizens because of the coronavirus. I don't know if they reopened, as far as travel and stuff. So I think we have to be watching China. I think Trump is interested. He talked a lot about defense, and he talked a lot about, talking about oil, diesel, and things like that weapons are important for him. I don't think Biden spoke a lot about defense. He more leaned on the green side and saving the forest and things like that. I think China, how he negotiates with China will let us know what's up with the military thing. But he's joining up with, I should say, the country is joining up with India I guess that might be through Bill Gates and all of that stuff. They're trying to move from China to India, but Trump, I think, is still trying to strengthen the relations or negotiations between him and China. I trust. I still lean on Trump as far as protecting the country more than Biden. Biden's
What do
ideas
you
are more
think?
futuristic.
What do you think China's motives are? I mean, are they just worried about economics, or are they trying to dominate the world? Do you think?
I think. I mean, every superpower is about coastlines and gaining, access to the waterways and ruling those waterways. And I think that's what China is doing. I think that's why they're so that they're going island to island and taking over certain, like these coastlines, like in Africa. I heard something about Barbados today, about them trying to force Britain out. They definitely in Jamaica already. So like they're going around the country, and I think and probably going around to South America next. I don't know. I think that they have to be, all superpowers will fight for the waterways. That's what SS is about, and ISIS and military and all of that, and good ship Jesus, It's all about maritime trade.
Yeah, that's true. The waterways are important. That's
Another
the
point
boundaries.
for COVID and why they're doing this with the naval ships. Yeah, this thing is okay.
All right, some interesting points again. I'm happy you spoke there from a female perspective, because guess what? We understand that, again, just by inherent nature, men are more what? Of the echelon to be concerned about national security on average as a so-called quote unquote protector, right? But again, we know that sometimes there's some men who are a little bit more what? Brute, right? And their aspect of what they call, trying not to put the men or the women and children at harm's way, what? Unnecessary fights and war and all that kind of stuff, right? Again, as we used to say back in the old days, right? Write a check that your behind can't cash, right? You jump out there, and it might be the wrong person you go up against, then you got some problems, right? So, of course, national security has always been a privilege that this country has been able to, again, also circle itself around its wagons with, because again of the fact that, the I would say the evolutionary lead that we had in the technological revolution, especially after the Great Depression and going out of World War to World War II, how we was able to kind of build and amass the level of defense, right? Because I'm not even going to say military, but just defense as a whole, and what it did in terms of setting a precedence of fear, for lack of better terminology, towards other countries that you don't want to deal with that. You don't want that smoke, right? The young people say you don't want the smoke, right? Now, whether or not they really want it or not, that still be determined, right? Because we never had nobody come to test their shoreline quite yet, not militarily, head on, And we know that there's superpowers out there now that's been building their arson for quite a while. Right? Yes. Again, all them people country spying on, making sure they ain't got weapons of mass destruction and nuclear capabilities. Again, who determines whether or not another country can own nuclear an arsenal to protect themselves with? Well, apparently America can, right? Because we become the judge, jury, and the bailiff for the entire planet.
For everyone's defense.
Ordinarily, y'all know that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like that's like me going in, your house with the engine, coming in again, kicking my feet up, saying you better not do this, you better not do this, and if you do, all kind of you got heck to pay, and you like what? Let me go in this room real quick and get this pistol. I got something for you, right? But apparently my presence alone makes you feel like, oh, let me think twice. So people, again, and national security, again, I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but that's why national security is always the most biggest expenditure that our economy has to deal with from one cycle of presidents to the next, right? Because everybody trying to outdo the previous president. Well, I gave the military this much, ha 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 ha. Well, I'm going to give them this much, ha 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 ha. And here it is: the Main Street people are hungry, homeless. The roads are dusty. The schools are dilapidated. The food is—I can go down the list, but they got $20 million jets sitting in a hangar collecting rust. They got weaponry that bought in the 70s that ain't even been used. And they still buying more of this junk like hoarders because they're so-called quote-unquote scared that somebody gonna bring the fight to well, if you worked on your diplomatic skill, you wouldn't have to worry about watching your 6, your 9, your 12, and your 3 for my military people out there like myself, right? You know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Right?
Yes.
It wouldn't be that issue, right? And I'm saying that obviously as a veteran, again, I ain't never been in combat, but I know the science because I had to study it, right? So just as much as saying, because I went to the drills and trained, right? Did all that stuff, Bright Star, did all. Ultimately, at the end of the day, though, you have to ask yourself, again, does it suit us better to have that kind of level of a budget that's coming out of every president's, whether it be a new or incumbent? Because y'all know, if the incumbent president goes back into office again, which is Trump, he's going to try to outdo what he did the previous 4 years for the military, right? Not for the fact only because of the fact that he done said some things that was incendiary that rubbed the military the wrong way, right? Calling them names. Y'all remember the headlines with all that, right? I always believe that there's always where there's smoke, there's a little bit, where there's a little, little fire there, right? Right. So everybody ain't lying. So I'm going to say that again, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, right? Ain't no way in the history of mankind that man right about everything and everybody else is wrong in line. You can't convince me that. As a grown sentient being that's the king or queen of your own castle, I don't care if you for a person because of their personality, if you this and you that, you ain't finna convince me on this earth, right? As a sane human being that everything that man is saying is the truth and everybody else is fake news and lying. And if you can, please come on the panel and give me your thesis and breakdown. I will listen again with no bias. I want to hear you break down that to me.
You know what? I just Biden. What stays in my head? Biden and the Vatican. I'm just thinking the Vatican and these priests and Biden and Harris. It's not cute to me. I mean, Trump is totally. He says things off the top of his head. He is speaking his truth. We have to call it his truth because I know that he is super narcissistic. And what he says is what it is. You know what I'm saying? At whatever time he decides to say it, but he bosses up that way. And a lot of people that had that took those photo ops with him a long time ago. Now he could use those photo ops to prove his point. That he's never been racist. It's kind of crazy. And a lot of people are afraid of Trump because of what they feel is the racism. But I think that a lot of times we fear what we don't know. But if you know some right wing preppers, if you know these people, they don't act to me like in the stereotypical racist type of way, like what Biden is doing, what the elitists do, what Bill Gates is doing, and singling out Black people as far as they need our help, and always creating this idea of Black people as being very weak. I'm not for that. I'm not for what Biden stands for, Bill Gates stands for. I'm not for what, I can't even talk about Elon Musk because he's in another world. But I would rather go with the preppers because they're all about survival, and I think they can identify with us on that level. You understand? Then you got I don't think Trump is KKK. I don't believe he is KKK. I think KKK went to the Democrats, but it's kind of crazy.
Okay, so in keeping again your perspective in terms, again, we talk about national security. So again, again, national security could be a lot of different things to a lot of different people, right? Again, it's
I know
security,
I went off center.
right? No, but it's important because it personal. Is it what? Is it micro of what national? And so it's always a level of what is the consensus saying, because ultimately in the end, who rules the roost? The consensus, right? So if there's a greater portion of the population that's saying, I think this way, right? In terms of security, this person gives me the best chance to feel more comfortable, right? Now, typically just by the stats, and the stats only, again, this had nothing to do with no biases or races that third. They say what? Elderly what? White people obviously more what? Concerned with security over all, over anything. Well, I would say this. If you already an elderly person and live out the best of your life, then I don't know if that security is the best thing you need to be working on, and you already close to the bucket. You need to be focused on, man, where that medication at, right? Where the benefits that I can live good off at. But again, that's just typical how they vote in that key metric, right? And so now the demographics obviously have different views about how they value and look at this country. We all know the African dynamic in this country. It's not up for debate, right? It's not up for debate. We understand the plight of the African American in this country, right? Especially those who got ancestors that obviously came through this from start to finish, its inception to where we're at today, right? And it's the same across the Caribbean too, and it's the same across the diaspora in a lot of ways too. But this country, obviously, again, its value or an inception was built off the backs of who? Right? We know that it's not this. So, in saying that, that's where it becomes issue too. And again, it's not politicizing. It's just saying that you got to ask yourself: do people, I would say, of the African diaspora, the progeny of people who was brought here as kidnapped victims and slave victims, do they feel any more safe today than again, back then?
Not even.
Because to us, our national security is a total different outlook than it is for. Again, like I say, what the stats show, again, most people that vote for that are what? People who obviously favor a different what? Ethnic group and how they look at the country. So that's just one aspect of national security. It's not everything, because it's also what? Immigration, right? It's what? Again, the whole ideal of what, other countries may or may not be doing or plotting against the aspect of what our country is doing to undermine. Again, this whole issue with what? Russian what? Election tampering, right? That's still national security. I'm going to throw y'all a curveball now. And now, in 2020, we now have found out that a social media in TikTok is a form of national security. Couldn't make this stuff up. Little kids and teenagers getting on social media acting a fool is not a thing of national security, only because the parent company who houses that data is questionable whether or not it's housed in China on their servers, right? Meaning on their land, or is it actually in what? On our soil. It's national security for the app TikTok. Couldn't make this stuff up. I want to hear y'all guys' opinion. Again, give me the full scope of what you think about national security. Over Brandon, I know you chimed in a little bit. You got anything you want to add to that?
No, you guys basically cover all the bases when it comes to, TikTok to people's beliefs. I mean, again, look who we have. As a president, somebody who's sitting them in the Oval Office every other day. I mean, is he there mentally? I don't think so. I think we need to, do what everybody else is doing. Go to the polls and vote for who we believe that, can run this country a little bit better, even if you for, a politician, or even if you're against politicians. I'm the same boat as you, brother. Every politician in my book is crooked. Everybody's got their hand in the cookie jar. Try to grab crumbs, the biggest chocolate chip cookie they can with the milk. But I mean, to steer this economy in the right place, I think we need to find a better suitor.
And so now, again, and this is just going based on the data. Now, typically, again, national defense is a more pro-Republican stance than it is of a Democratic stance, right? Again, all your so-called neo-conservatives, right? Now they're trying to say, well, yeah, all these neoliberals, right? Well, that's more on the domestic side. But again, on the international side, that has always been ruled more so by who? Republican what? Seat bearers, right? Again, George Bush. We ain't got to, again, y'all know the data's there. They ain't got to make this stuff up, right? The Iraqi war, right? Going, further back, even the first Bush, right? And so, again, ain't nothing new in that perspective, but we know that national security, again, envelopes more than just what? War conflict. So, on terms of immigration, what is you guys' perspective? Again, I don't know, Brother Schaefer, do you have anything you want to add to that? I'm sorry. You have anything you want to add as far as to, international warfare? I don't know if you're able to speak or not. I know it's probably late.
No. Y'all pretty much covering, you know what I'm saying? Good aspects of it. I don't got nothing on that.
All right, awesome. All right, so again, I'll move on real quick. And again, I know it's late. I don't want to be on too much longer. Thank y'all for tuning in this late. Thank y'all for hanging out with your brother. Again, y'all my financial battles. I get it. We hear what? Going down the gun line, trying to figure out what we're going to do for these markets because it matters in some cases. But not only that, again, our way of life, and living also is more important too, in terms of some aspects of what, whoever going to be sitting in that office come, January, whether or not it's going to really be, again, a hindrance or a help to our market value, right? So again, real quick, immigration. Do y'all have anything to say on the immigration front? We know that's a hot button topic, right? Everybody been going, they ain't in fisticuffs when it comes to the immigration stuff. We know that is a policy that's typically championed by who? The Democrats, right? They go hard for immigrants, right? That's their thing because they're trying to supplant. Again, I'm gonna give you my opinion real quick. My opinion, start with an O. It's an opinion, right? I think they're trying to champion the idea of the new policies again. The whole deal with Trump and fighting, the whole DACA and everything else. That they're trying to now increase their voter base, right? So this whole idea of illegal people crossing the borders, all this influx of new people that get a chance to come in and work towards getting national citizenship so they can eventually become what? A voting citizen in this country. Well, again, that has become a major, major, major fight between the Democrats and Republicans. So even to the tune now, we have a sitting president actually building a wall, right, across the Mexican border, right, in America. They're building a real wall, something that we probably never thought probably could happen. Who knows? And here we go, right? Some out of a movie dang there. But it's important now. So what do you guys feel about far as that in that aspect? Because I think we're going to hear more about that even more so when the presidential vice president candidates go up for their debate next week, right? Because that's going to be something they can really hammer on more in the detail, even so much than we got on the Trump and Biden tonight. So you guys' opinion. Anybody can go that has opinion on it.
I think we have to keep up that certain level of security. We have to also see, okay, I mentioned China before with the islands and China with Africa. So, I think that a lot of things that the president does is not things that, and I'm not talking just Trump, this president in general, and not things that they could always talk about, in real time to the general public. I think that he's doing certain things as damage control for what might be coming. You understand? So I know it seems like there's going to be some conflict, between the East and the West. And I believe that everything is being done in preparation for that. That's how I sense this wall symbolizes. But I know that it might just be some small thing of something small that he can implement while he's in office. But it's just again something that's symbolic because it definitely couldn't stop any plane going over it. Or, it's just something that's symbolic. I think a lot of things that he does, he drops a lot of hints. And I would joke about anytime he gets on TV or anytime you hear a little statement he says, and I would think how ridiculous it was. And then I realized he's not that stupid, you know. And another thing is, a lot of times he plays poker and he's kind of sarcastic, you know, and he bluffs a lot and he does a lot of things like that. And I think a lot of people don't understand how FEMA controls certain things. We don't understand how, you know, the big pharma again controls certain things. And I believe that the presidents, being the figureheads, have to work around a lot while they're in office. I think he does have some level of consciousness, even though I think he's an a-hole. Also, I think he has some conscience about him, and I do believe that he's a family person. Um, so I think that as far as immigration goes, it's not all what it seems. I think it's not all what it seems. That's all I can say. I mean, when after China does have those islands and have certain control of, you know, of Africa, then we really do have to be more careful about who's coming in. And I say that from West Indian parentage. I wouldn't want to stop. You know, America should always be the land of the free. You know, we should always welcome in immigrants. I think that there's a lot of America that has been untouched, and there shouldn't be this worry about space. You know, but then with the water that's about to happen, and you know the land sinking and all of that, then you know all of that has to be taken into consideration. Also, there's not going to be the same America in the next few decades. That's it.
All right. Again, I love it when you have that balance of what male and female perspective, because it matters, because always you need a level of what? Equilibrium, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need to know what, you know, are most pressing, you know, on our females' minds, right? And the same way how females need to know what, you know, what are males looking to do what within their so-called department, right? To be able to do to protect them, make them feel comfortable. Now, that doesn't negate the fact that, you know, some women out there are more manly than men in the department. They're very well equipped to protect themselves and the whole house. Again, you know, everybody endeavor to have that kind of what, you know, that Harriet Tubman kind of wife, right? Right? You can shoot a match, you know, from 50 yards out and strike that joker without breaking it, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's what, you know, if it's that side of the business, or just being able to kind of say, you know, hey, this is what's good for, you know, the overall economy in terms of that. Again, you're talking about if it's immigration policy with people coming to the country, you know, legally or illegally, you know, how do you deal with that? Because ultimately, at the end, you know, on a reality aspect, you cannot have people that's coming into the country, you know, undocumented, right? That's more miles you have to feed when you better can feed the people that's already here, right? There's a reason why Skid Row has grown over the years, not been reduced, but grown to the point that they're making San Francisco another new Skid Row. Well, people who now realize that the cost of living has gone up so much, you know, substantially, that they can't even afford to live in the place where they thought they could afford to live in. Because job reductions, jobs going, you know, overseas, everything outsourcing, it's a mess, right? So we are potentially, quote unquote, opinion, we maybe can get ready around the corner in terms of American what, you know, greatness.
Mm-hmm.
And it might just be a time to pass the baton, because we kind of overweight, you know, overreached in some areas where we needed to be kind of doing more to protect the one thing that matters most, and that's your citizenship, right? Your citizenship, all right? Mm-hmm. If you can't protect that, well, at some point, people are going to start to defect a little bit, right? They're gonna be like, well, dang, I ain't never done that before anyway. Right? A lot of this stuff I didn't choose to be in this situation. It was just based upon what what the ground game was looking like here for opportunity. Right? We hear that all the time, especially in the black community, where there's a lack of resources. Right? There's a major, you know, aspect of benign neglect and redlining. Then some people say, man, that's all a fantasy, man. You know, no, people just don't want to work. You know, and this, that, and the third, and you know, it's self-inflicted and it's self-induced and all that. Again, we know there's data points to obviously overturn that, but it's never will be heard on a national level because look, it's always going to be what? The consensus.
Mm.
It's going to be the consensus.
Mhm.
What does the majority say that of the what? The minority.
Mhm.
And that's what obviously takes precedence when it comes to what? Polling, policy, procedure. And it's clear as day that you see there's a need to fix this. Again, and I'm going there because we got to talk about it. The whole idea of what? Police reform, because in my opinion, that's also another form of national security.
Yeah.
In-house domestic national security. Because it makes everybody uneasy when you have to stop and deal with what? These kind of level of incidents.
Craziness.
It costs taxpayers money.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want the looting, the rioting. They don't even want the protesting. So no matter what you do, you're still in a position where you got to say, oh, okay, well, look, what do you want me to do? I done tried everything I can, and nobody still wants to do nothing to change it. You know?
Hey, listen. You see, Biden mentioned. Trump mentioned Antifa. Biden fought back and said Antifa's just an idea. So I kind of was with Trump on that. Antifa is real. Antifa started a lot of the riots, started fires.
Let me ask you one question. You're not got to play devil's advocate. I don't mean to cut your wisdom.
Yeah.
Is Antifa a thought or is it an organization?
I think it's a socialist run.
I think it's an ideology.
I'm going to go down the line. I'm going to go down the line and ask everybody. That's why I asked that question. Hold up. Again, I want to be very clear. Is it an ideology or is it an actual organization?
I believe it is an ideology, but I believe that certain people that share that ideology are being funded by I do believe that they are being funded by the socialists. And I'm going to say something like, we have our choice of weapons, right? And how many Black people do you know go and torch up any place? To me, that's not the Black choice of weapon. But they came into our protest, our so-called our peaceful protest, and torched up a police station. What Black people do you know do that? You know what I'm saying? It's not our choice.
Now, again, I don't mean to cut you with, but I want to stay very potent to that perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Over Brandon, do you think they are ideology or do you think they're organization?
I think it's an ideology.
I think it's an ideology.
Hold on 1 second, Sister Angela. I want to hear everybody because I want to be able to really canvas the idea of how even the aspects of what we're getting in terms of what we feel like it is coming from, again, only a certain sector. Right, the same way you get it on the side, it's a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? So it's still that. So, over Chavis, is it an ideology or is it an organization?
I mean, based on what the acronym stands on, is anti-fascism. That's what they are against. So it's an ideology. It's in them trying to make it like terrorist like. They're making that idea. That they're demonizing that idea, making it like fascism is okay. Like you trying to, in essence, minimize their message that they trying. Like it's true enough. Like they probably, nobody needs to be burning up stuff, but it's more of a collective issue of why that happened. It's more of there's more issues than just our issues. There's also people vote people. The economy is messed up, so you got a bunch of restless people at the house, and they, intelligent people are paying attention to that. So I think that's how that ideology comes to life, in essence, and it's just being. I mean, there's good and bad in everything. The bad is just being polarized in the media.
It's become a brand, right? It's probably become
basically.
Cultish type thing.
You know why the reason I asked all that? Because again, real quick, I'm sorry. It's kind of like basketball. Now I got to go to the bench. I got to go to the sixth man, right? The sixth man on the team is the back chat. Do you guys in the back chat, do you think it's an ideology or do you think it's an organization? All right? And the reason why, again, I asked that question because again, we know it's been very polarized of late, whether you for or against it, right? But it's been again heralded by the person who has the biggest megaphone, right, out there, which is who? The president, right? So if he's telling you that it's fake news, if you saying anything to the consequence of that, then again, who do you believe? How do you fact check a situation, be ideology or organization? Because if it's an organization, you know you can fact check because they should have a white paper or a thesis or a rubric or syllabus, something that they go by.
A leader,
right?
mainly. Like, who's the leader? Who? Like,
that's my point. Again, we know that the KKK was an actual organization. At some point, they might even be a 501c, a non-profit.
For real.
Filing, for that perspective. So, but if it's more so the ideology, then anybody can come in and say what? We're Antifa. It's easy to have provocateurs come in under the guise as what? Antifa.
Right.
Because y'all knows what I know. This is why I know y'all intelligent, right? We ain't gonna sit here and act like we ain't smart enough to realize that anytime black people have a major issue with police brutality, there's always gonna be detractors and provocateurs that come in from both sides, Republicans and Democrats, to muddy up our movement by proxy of a situation where we've been wronged by law enforcement. We're actually there to say, man, stop killing our people.
That's all we said too, boy.
Right.
Everybody else come in and say, I'm with you. Black Lives Matter. Again, now they putting everybody under the umbrella of Black Lives Matter. I'm not Black Lives Matter. No. I'm African Emporium. Willis Addison under my government name.
I'm my thing with that
voice. I don't
like. Go ahead.
Again, I'm just finishing a little quick point. I'm gonna let y'all go in. And I'm pretty sure for the most part, when it comes to understanding, again, our situation in this country, again, I'm coming from a place of a person where, again, my entire family came through this, right? So I know from that aspect of what's been even passed down to me, in terms of what I had to deal with in this country, I know what I'm dealing with. I don't have to sit here and convince myself that I don't see what I see in terms of how even the vestiges of how Jim Crow has morphed into something different in this monetization aspect of what we're dealing with. So people are always looking to co-opt our movements, right? Or not even call it our movement, because this stuff is born out of what? Out of chaos. It's not even we go looking for the stuff. We just wake up tomorrow, we see on the news, somebody else got shot down that was just doing nothing, but just by what? Just being themselves. Again, the Breonna Taylor situation. How do you excuse that? You can't. Right? The situation before that when the sister I think it was in Texas that got shot. Same way. Police the last sister that before Breonna Taylor that was shot inside her home. Right? Police just lurk around outside the house and shoot up in the house and kill her. Right?
Right.
How do you, again, these people did nothing. So no matter what situation you go through, right? How do you, again, you combat this kind of mental aggression that's happening? So again, when we start to do something to mobilize, like they say, well, mobilize, right? Because that's how you affect policy. Well, guess what? Y'all know I'm of the echelon to think that mobilizing alone ain't enough. You have to put money to work, because that's the only thing that America respects. Money, right? You affect the money, you're going to get some change. Soon as black people start saying, guess what? We finna start boycotting everything and take it serious for a change. And serious for a change, income, Netflix, here's some money. Income, this corporation, here's some money. All right, because we start saying we finna boycott these corporations and be serious this time. Now all of a sudden everybody come up with a check. Okay, where was y'all the past 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years? Now all of a sudden, okay, yeah, we hear you cry. How many more people gonna have? When you don't have a monolithic cry, because you got people out there saying, guess what? Them people deserve to die that look like you and me, meaning the black people. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? Can you guys hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we got you now.
So you couldn't make this stuff up. So again, again, I know we're having some real world discussion, but those things become prevalent in the discussion of national security. I'm not worried about Iraq. I'm not worried about Iran, right? I'm not worried about North Korea. I'm not worried about China, right? Japan, Korea, right? I'm not worried about the Czech. I'm not worried about, any of those places over there. I'm worried about America. These are the people I got to deal with every day, right? These are people you got to sit there and tell your children, hey, this is how you got to go out there and live your life in this environment where you got to be on your best behavior, and you can't even be like any other free world person walking around, just whatever. You can't. You got to get drilled and get guidelines like you're going into a war situation. What they call it in the military, we call it briefing, right? Let me give you, a back brief, a briefing before you go out, and then when you come out, I got to back brief you and figure, and hear what happened out there, so to know how to prepare for the next situation. That is beyond me to even think that that's even necessary in 2020, right? But that's, again, a part of national security. And again, I'm not trying to make it polarized to black people only, but it's a topic of discussion because guess what? That's going to be heavy in terms of how even if the Democrats can pull numbers, because that's the carrot they're going to try to dangle. Now, they ain't even really been talking about it in terms of really fixing it. And here's where Trump actually get a what? Trump actually gets a plus in his column on this perspective. What did he just do the other day? What did Trump just do the other day? And that's, again, it's probably still dangling a carrot, but nonetheless, he put it out there. What did Trump?
That money, that $500 billion or whatever. I think he said. I think it's $5 billion.
$500 billion plan for the Black America. Now, what have the Democrat put out to counter that? Anybody? Exactly, crickets. So sometimes even hearing that somebody gonna do something for you, knowing that they probably ain't gonna do it, it just lifts your spirit just enough to say, you know what? God dang it, I'm tired of this, right? You done murdered me, raped me, robbed me, brutalized me, castrated me, did everything under the sun. What's the worst you could do at this point? If you talk about, putting up a bag, then come on, I entertain you. Right?
My thing with that is, my bad, I don't mean to cut you, but my thing with that is, man, he could have been did that. Like that if that was what he really wanted to do, that should have been what he should have been running off of. You doing that now just to try to get some votes. Any intelligent person should be able to recognize that regardless of how desperate we are, like that, you got to be mindful of that.
So in comes the value where you have to learn how to read between the what? The lines. That's why we are investors and traders, because we are taught and trained how to read between the what? The lines. You can't pull wool over a person who live by the aspect of due diligence, because it's just in nature, right? It's in our nature, even more so now as investigators, to what? Take it to the next level. Let me research this, right? Let me look into this a little bit more, right? What does the data say? Now, even though we know data can be skewed, but that's why we check different sources, right? Right? That's why you have to do that, right? So in this case, again, in terms of national security, when it comes to this, it becomes very apparent that, again, there's one party who's been riding off the implied loyalty of getting the black vote religiously without promising them literally nothing, and broadening that spectrum of saying, we're going to give it to everybody. Oh, yeah, but you also get some of it too, right? So that's why, again, the Democrats of late has been really going hard, especially over the last 12 years, even more so. But last 8 hard, they've been really trying to champion this ideal of what? Immigration, infusion, even kind of moving the pieces around even more to bring in those other immigrants, right? Because, again, it gives them a new what? Voter base. Yeah. This is not rocket science. Y'all know how this stuff works. It's a consensus. We all been in school, right? When you voting for a president or student body, whatever, right? No one, is it my buddy? Is it somebody I like? Right? Second, okay, is it a person that we can leverage? That's how this stuff works. This is old as this time immemorial. But we know ultimately in the end, if that person wins, what are they going to do for your what? Your loyalty, right? Are they just going to be a symbolic gesture or are they actually, or can they actually be leveraged? And so we know that again, the Democrats are championing that because they see themselves as saying, okay, well, guess what? We're gonna have to kind of expand our base because Black people as a whole now, and again, this is personal data, not me saying it. Y'all saw the data that came out that they were saying that now that they had put out, actually under Trump, that they put out a study to go out there and effectively try to detour Black people from voting. They produce some kind of level of an algorithm or metric to say these are the people who are most likely to be detoured from voting in an election because they feel like at the ultimate end they're not going to get what they need from it anyway. And so because of that, they did targeted advertisement in that person's social media feeds or this, that, and the third to make sure that they constantly feel the way that they do about not wanting to vote because they ain't gonna get nothing anyway. Couldn't make this stuff up. These people are getting sophisticated now in the aspect of how they go about trying to make sure you stand on that principle. Man, bump all of them candidates. I ain't voting for nobody.
Yeah.
Couldn't make this stuff up. So that's another new chess piece on the board that people have to look forward to going again into the future in terms of elections now, because if they're making those kind of things for the stock market in terms of algorithms to be able to read that kind of stuff and trade the market, now doggone way they're doing it for polling now. These people that got sophisticated, right?
Definitely.
Another thing you got to deal with. So yeah, voting matters, right? But it has to, in my opinion, it only matters if you got a bag behind it, because that's the one thing that gets people attention is money, right? Yeah. You have to bring a bag to the table. So again, hey, for what it's worth, it is what it is, man. It's crazy out there. All I can say is that's why we do what we do. We are independent. We are We're 100% independent thinkers. No matter if you from Asia, China, no matter where you from. If you in this country and got the ability to kind of get after the market freely, by proxy of that, that's all you need to be concerned about, right? Because these people are going to do what they want to do ultimately in the end, in a lot of ways. Again, not always, but in most cases. But how do you shield yourself from that? You got to find a way to make your own money. You got to find a way to backstop and bankroll your own reality. You have to understand that you are the king and queen of your own domain. Stop being a personality worship and learn how to worship yourself. Because in doing so, you will make sure you do everything in your power to make sure that you're well informed to make the best decision for you and your household, right? Because the collective always falls to the wayside when it comes time to meet the rubber meets the road. Because if you don't have the numbers, it ain't gonna matter. It's a consensus game. It's the more equals more mentality, right? Again, marketing 101. Been there, done that, did that. If you ain't got the numbers, matter of fact, I'm gonna say this here. Our brother Uncle Cat, right? Amaraj Squad. What is his favorite saying? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every single time. Ooh, I
don't believe it.
Is he lying?
No.
Is he lying? A well-organized lie.
Truth.
I think
that's the most factual statement I ever heard.
You can't defeat that.
Light, Trump won the debate.
A well-organized lie always defeats
all his points, man.
A disorganized truth. So again, that's why I made the point earlier, right? Whether you for Trump or you for Biden or whomever, right? You can't be right 100% of the time. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Somebody got to be an adult and admit to that they messed up. I'm just saying, have you gotten that at any one point out of Trump?
Oh, he's terrible.
I again can't make this stuff up. Right? And you ain't got to pick sides. You just got to be an honest person to yourself, because ultimately at the end of the day, you decide what's going on inside your house. You might be subject to what happened when you go outside that door, but when you slam your door shut, who in control of that castle? Trump or you? Biden or you? You are.
Me.
So that's why you got to realize, don't get sucked into diverse temptation. Don't let a political affiliation determine how you live as a natural human being to this planet. Not just America, but this planet, because all of this is yours. Right? Not just 555, Sunny Lane, USA, America, whatever. Right? This entire planet is yours. And some people understand that they got money because guess what they do? They travel. They get outside this and they go out there and enjoy this stuff, and then everybody else can have a small microcosm mindset of what they feel like the world really like behind their little so-called what gated industries and gated communities, and they really think they secure. That ain't how the real world works, right? So that's why you can't get back into a corner. If you are a person who studies the markets, you know exactly how to live to make sure that you're in a position where you can always what come out on top. And so we don't need, again, if a president issue, again, if y'all know if they mess this election up, because y'all know they're going to try. I'll just keep it 100. If they mess this election up and botch it, and we sitting there still trying to count chads like they did back in Florida and recount ballots way into December, guess what? It ain't going to stop that stock market. I bet you that. It ain't going to stop that stock market, right? And that's all that matters ultimately in the day, because guess what? We still need to be able to find food, get shelters, and clothing on our backs, right? And the one thing that gives us that advantage, even if they don't have the job market back to where it needs to be, is that guess what? We got a skill that pays the bills from anywhere on the planet. As long as we got a Wi-Fi signal, broadband connection, laptop, cell phone, computer, knowledge, and some capital. Can I get a Amin Ra? Right? Right?
Yes.
So we're in a different breed. So we don't have to play politics. We don't have to play the propaganda reel. Again, you can like a person for certain things. I get it. There's certain things about Trump that I like. There's certain things about Biden that I hear that he does. That's pretty decent.
I don't like either of them. I think they're both assholes.
Well, that's my point. Now, on a congeniality aspect, of course, I don't like neither one of them. Again, congeniality, no, there ain't no such thing congeniality when it comes to policy, right? Because I'm not concerned about how you look. You know, I need to see about what you do, right? Show me your body at work, right? The body at work coming from Biden is what? Trash. Well, in terms of my community, let me speak for me. In terms of my community, it's trash.
It's true. That's why
1994 crime bill. We're going to list
that out. He showed everything where Biden failed.
Trump, same scenario, trash. Right, but he's willing to negotiate because he want congeniality points. So he's willing to write checks, right? Because he's like, it ain't my money, right? But he's willing to write checks, right? Again, he don't want to pay them taxes, but he writes.
But it is like you said before about, I don't know if you're the one that said it, about him just loving America, because I see the Democrats. I see the Democrats wanting to open up for the immigrants, like you said. I see Bill Gates in India getting Apple over there, and I see, you know, them trying to build with China and be okay with their vaccinations with India, blah blah blah. But when you think about the population in India and in China, they're really trying to leverage, or you know, the population here. You know, as far as maybe Blacks' voices got a little bit too powerful now, and now they lean more towards Hispanics, and now they're gonna start seeking Indian vote, Chinese vote.
There's an old thing out there that ain't really old, but people who in the know about it. They're trying to find them some new what? Negroes.
Oh yeah.
That ain't that new. Again, we ain't got to see him placate. We understand the dynamic in this country. Again, once again, one thing about me, like I said before, you know, if you've been around the block a little bit, even if you're new to this country, no matter if it's been 10, 20, 30 years, right? That's an old saying around the pond that they're trying to find them some new Negroes, because the old ones have found a way to what? Have finally realized that it ain't never really ever came to fruition that was also ever promised to them in this country. We can go back in terms of 1865, the Freedmen Act, even before that, the sharecropping, even before, I mean, I can go on and on and on and on and on, right? They never been returned a true bill for the Black aspect in this country. It's not up for debate. It's not up for debate. It's not up for debate. And my Dr. Umar 3 times repeated to make it make sense. It's not up for debate. So ultimately, again, what I've been saying, and you know, again, I'm gonna move on to the next topic again. But I know that was very important, because again, you talk about again, how comfortable do you feel in this country? You know, under all these different aspects, because again, you've heard unequivocally from both candidates that they're going to always back who? The police.
Right.
No matter what,
Mm.
wrong, right, or indifferent, they're going to stand with the police because that's their what? Local domestic military.
Right.
Let me repeat, that's the local domestic military, not peace officers as they call them. They are the military.
Biden said he was going to recreate peace officers and police officers for the community who get to know our community members and things like that.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
You know, though, listen, if you're thinking about like the AI and Apple and Elon Musk and all of that, they are going for the data. You know, any way the data could be made. So if they make police be more friendly in order to collect more data, that's always going to be the goal. The data is always going to be the goal as far as that's concerned.
Now that makes sense as an investor for us data, but we're talking about human interactive psychology and sociology. This is an innate aspect of a person's natural ability, which is obviously unnatural from a humanitarian perspective, but it's their position to look at you, a person who do not look like them, and make instantly judges about you and how you should be classified, how you should be treated without even hearing a word out your mouth. This is not a judge of content of character. That I have a dream speech fell on deaf ears to the people who lauded him the most, to the point where they turned around and assassinated him.
Right.
So
But
again, you can't even use the I have a dream speech in any election because guess what? Y'all ain't lived up to that man manifesto yet. Y'all ain't lived up his dream yet.
Biden wants the robot cops. Biden is going for that type of perfection, utopian type, whatever he has in his head. Elon Musk.
If it's Trump, if it's Biden, they are always going to fail miserably in that department because the one thing that we know, I will say this again, I'm going to move on because I don't want to politicize too much, but black people understand their situation in this country above all people because you are the victim of it, right? And you had ancestors who've been victimized by it. So a person who's raping you constantly, for lack of a better terminology, cannot sit here and tell you how you should react to being raped in the essence where you got to now convince them that you're not being raped. You're just being kind of somewhat, rubbed the wrong way, right? Again, that's the mentality how they have trying to make you accept it. And so you've been doing it this long and you don't see the error in the human evolution of your humanity, which is rotten in that perspective, and really do something which can be as easy as flipping the switch. This is not hard to grasp. This is not hard to grasp, right? And fix that. Ain't nothing you can say going forward until I see the action because you done said everything already and have done what? Absolutely zero. The report that came out the other day, and I'm gonna move on from I think it was Forbes that put out, right, that America has paid over $16 trillion for police brutality, or things of that nature, wrongful racism aspects in this country over what? A few decades, somewhere around there. $16 trillion. Imagine what that money could have been used for in a good fashion as opposed to a what? Aftermath prognosis of your what? Innate racism towards the people who build, work right alongside you, go to the beach, eat at the restaurant beside you. If you were so busy on not trying to prove to them that they're not just as much as equal in this aspect, which is weird because I don't see how you want to be equal to anybody, right? That has shown that they don't want to be equal to them. But I'm just saying, from your natural ability to be a human in this country, if you just realize on this planet that you are control of your dynamic above all things, and it's how you value and view yourself above all things matter most. I don't care if you're white, Mexican, Asian, Indian, black, any other people out there that we ain't met yet on the earth that's out there, again, more power to you. Because if you living in your truth, race does not have a factor. But in this country, we know they live by it because that's how it perpetuates the value of singling out people for class, economic depravity, right? Again, this whole 1% as opposed to the what? The others, right? And that's how they live, quote unquote, their best life under that mandate because someone has to suffer in order for somebody else to feel what? Empowered. It's kind of like the stock market. I hate to even use that now, but someone has to make money in order for someone what? Right? Somebody got to lose in order for somebody what? To make money.
To win.
Right.
Now, and that's hard pill to swallow, but that's just the reality thing.
Financial market. Financial
Because,
market 101. You know what I'm saying?
and it's the same thing that moves into the social dynamic of a fabric too. Because again, ain't nothing in this country that's shown you otherwise until that happens. It's just another form of insanity. Simple as that. Oh, well, Marquise, I know you just dropped down, man. Peace, power, and profit to you. What's going on tonight? I know you said we burned this midnight oil, and we one of them type of nights again. What's going on, man?
Prophet, what's happening, fam? Over here about to jump on this London session.
Look at that, working. All time of night, working. See, that's what makes us unique, right? That's what makes us unique, right? We work round the clock, baby. Come on, traders. Come through, traders. At them folks, we say, come through, right? Love it. So again, we just been discussing the debate. I don't know if you saw it tonight or not. Again, it's all synonymous and all relevant to what we're trying to do in terms of being able to, get the most accurate information to help us make financial decisions, obviously in our case, and a few lively decisions too, in terms of our well-being. But again, like I said earlier, I don't know if you was on to hear it. The one thing that gives us an advantage is that since we've all moved into this industry as investors or traders, we're now seeing the world through a whole new different prism because we're not so subjected to government to backstop our life, our existence, right? We're not sitting on waiting on Mr. Charlie to cut the check, right? So that gives us what? Leverage. The one thing above all things that make the country and just the world, move in a value of synchronicity is what? Those who control most of the leverage and those who what? Are dependent upon waiting on the people that control the leverage to divvy out what? Trinkets, right? We're not waiting on that. So we get to determine our own policy, right? We get to determine our own constitution to a degree, right? Because we got resources. And so when people tell you again, the root of all evil is money, you need instantly when you hear that, you just go the other way. Don't even get into a discussion with it because they're talking that foolishness, right? Because you need resources to be able to kind of survive one way or the other, right? So again, just kind of going through the debate, kind of touched on that security. We kind of talked about the coronavirus. Again, segue into our next conversation, somewhat in the caveat perspective, is the economy, right? The overall job economy, right? The overall aspect of, again, normalcy within the economy to get, an outlook on what we will look like going into the next particular 4 years and where we are as an economy. So, again, I'm eager to hear you guys' opinion on that. What do you think we're going to be? Again, we just saw the St. Louis Fed in terms of the contraction that we've dealt with. We had it still at what? Negative 31.7, right? We had negative 31.7 in terms of our GDP, our gross domestic product, right? Lower than that of the Great Depression. And everybody still walk around, well, I'm saying everybody, but some people still walk around saying, guess what? What? Everything's still great. We're back to normal almost. Bruh, we just went to the Federal of St. Louis, and that thing is down and to the right, not up and to the right. Matter of fact, it's a straight line down. It ain't even, gradually to the right and to the down. It's straight down, right? Again, real quick, we'll back stop that real quick. This is what we look like. This is the economy.
The printing press. We need new cartridges and everything.
That's the economy, guys. I ain't making this stuff up, right? Y'all see it? Just like, let me zoom in on that thing, right? Y'all see that? Y'all see this thing, this straight line to the downside. This is your economy. So what's back to normal? What's all rose and peachy about our situation? Anybody, right? So we talking about the economy. So who's well equipped to get this number here? Again, we know it's a pandemic, granted. But you had a lot of ways to kind of clean this up early on to the point where this shouldn't be this still this low at this point. You've had 6 months of a fiscal calendar dang near. And at the lowest point was at like 32, something like that? So you mean tell me we only contracted at most a point and some change? Something ain't right here. These numbers are not adding up. A negative one. Again, we know this is the Q2 because we got to wait till obviously the next fiscal quarter. Obviously, we move into Q3 in October to get the next readout. But they've been saying auto Sales are back up. Housing is recovered immensely. The retail ain't that far off. It's sputtering, but it's still back. That's what they've been saying. Not my words there. Larry Kudlow, again, y'all been hearing just like I have. They get in front of the press and say, we've done a phenomenal V recovery. It's all because of the president's policy. We had a V recovery. The stock market is all-time highs. Y'all been hearing like I've been hearing. Now, y'all know doggone well the stock market has nothing to do with Main Street, but we'll let them play that game for people who lame today, right? All we got to do is come over to the Federal Reserve website and look at the data itself. Look at your your GDP. So, in terms of economy, what do you guys think about the economy, and who is most suited to turn this thing around? Regardless of the fact that how it happened, here we are right now. Who's most suited to turn it around? And this is not a vote for confidence in terms of who you may vote for, but I'm just saying, in terms of tonight in the debate, who do y'all think gave the most sanguine points about the economy? Anybody?
Yeah, at the end of the day, Trump, he wasn't, he was lying most of the time, so he can't really say he said anything. He just felt like if he said it, it just was true. Like,
oh, but fix your mic.
Oh, that's my mic.
Oh, Corey, I think it's.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hear me?
Oh, I hear. Okay, is somebody mic open? I'm gonna mute everybody. Who talking? Who's gonna go first?
Anybody about to talk?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
No, I'm listening at the point. I kind of laid out the thesis. I want to hear you guys' points. So y'all go. I'll just say we're gonna mute everybody, Mike, while whoever speak. You got the floor, brother Marquise. I'll just go and delegate. Right?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I think that I would say Biden. He the only person I feel like is willing to even deal with what's really going on as far as from a truth place. Like, I feel like Trump. He just be lying, acting like he telling the truth. He gonna try to finesse it to me. He gonna create another bubble or something. But at the end of the day, I look at it from the aspect of, at some point in time, we're going to have to raise interest rates back up, which is going to squeeze the economy regardless. So it's going to go down regardless before it gets better. That's my opinion.
All right. So again, understanding that at some point, you can't sit here and just print all this funding money. At some point, the candy store has to get shut down, right? We ran out of sugar, right? We ran out of that Dixie Crystal, and the market's gonna be left, with a serious sugar hangover, a sugar high, and they won't be able to get their addiction at some point. And what's gonna happen? You gonna throw a hissy fit, right? It might even turn to robbery and anarchy when they can't get that funding money. Because we've seen early on, anytime the Feds wasn't there to backstop the market, what did the markets do? They throw a hissy fit and sell off. And it gets the attention to who? The White House. Because the market is Trump's baby. Mean tell me y'all ain't giving my market no Similac, no Infamil? Y'all better cut them printers on. Y'all better do something over there. Y'all better get that baby up out of his mouth. Because Wall Street has become spoiled on all this free money. And I say free because to them, they only paying capital gain tax if they close out. But to the taxpayer who's fronting this bill, they're getting dust, crickets, a small violin, right? They're getting nothing. American Airlines get to stay in business and gouge people on seats and baggage another day. We're going to list all the different companies. When they went to doling out the PPE loans and all the different stuff like that and the grants, who was in line to get those grants? People like Ruth Chris. Seriously? Shake Shack. Seriously? The Lakers even got money. The Lakers even got PPE money. Seriously? Harvard University got money. Seriously? And the mom and pop stores and shops all around this country that make up this fabric of this nation got nothing. They had to fight tooth and nail to get Peanuts and Harvard them submit first time around, money right in the bank. Lakers didn't even, I don't know if they even submitted. They just got a check. Hey, here's a check. Right? They were just that kind of stuff. The system cannot be that broken to realize who these people are. By organization, name, brand, etc., LLC, whatever. You see these companies like, man, you know they don't need no money. Harvard got a diamond, they ain't near $1 trillion. And that's based upon what? It's alumni and everybody else that kind of filter money into. Man, couldn't make this stuff up. And here it is, another small business that was waiting on that money, that they know they only had another literally a day or two before they went under, and they got held up in a traffic law in terms of bureaucratic paperwork and biases coming out of the government, and that company had to fold and go under. That company might have been in business 15, 20, 30 years, and they could not wait another day and did not get that paper. And because of that, they had to shut down. This is the, man, look. That's the kind of foolishness you got to deal with. Right? So, again, that's why the economy aspect of the conversation, I think even more so, particularly this election, is going to be a very, very, very revealing, data point in terms of how people really feel about the economy. Because, of course, we are investors and traders, right? We know how to go research the data. We ain't got to play the politics game, right? We don't have to play that game, right? We just come look at what the numbers look like. Again, there's our foreign exchange, our currency rate right now in terms of what? The euro. We know those are two strongest currencies on the planet right now, right? It's $1.16 per every $1 euro. And that's as of what? September 25th. That's the latest exchange rate for my forex traders in the house. Right? Unemployment rate, 8.4% value in August. Y'all been seeing the numbers have been coming out with that. They after, when they do all the revisions, give or take it like a grain of salt, right? Last claims came out 870,000. Almost 1 million new claims people filing for unemployment. Do that look like the sign of a declining unemployment aspect of America's going back to work? Because y'all know they're going to round that number up to 1 million, literally. That's 1 million people that went and filed just last week. New unemployment claims, or people that went back on unemployment that tried to go back to work and they company a business shut them down. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up. Industrial production index, again, 0.4%. 10-year treasury still, again, in some very shaky territory here at the 0.67% on the 10-year treasury note. Them coupons have been wavering ever since the pandemic hit. Even before the pandemic hit, the Treasury Department was already weak. Because all the funding money, inflation from the Feds. Interest rates at dang near was at zero. Again, way before the pandemic even came, dang near. We was already kind of, trending close to that. Fed just went in and said, okay, 0.24. But it was already kind of forecasted at that point. So that's my point. But again, we're just going off the data. So this is the economy in a lot of ways. So I just asked the question again. I don't want to go off on a tangent. So, I mean, how do you guys feel about these candidates tonight? Did they really, really answer the call about, quote unquote, fixing the economy? Anybody? Right. And y'all know I'm a big proponent of, monetary system, economy. Right. I try to provide some data points for us to, deal with some of the videos. It's interesting being able to follow it now at a point where it really begins to make more sense now. Because obviously y'all know it makes more sense to us now, that we're in the market the way that we are for a lot of us than it did before when we were just workers and just working, right? Some of you guys was already still smart back then too, getting more power. But for a lot of us, it's like, oh man, the light bulb really going off, man. These people just wasting money. Right? And I know it because I was in the military at the point when we know that they're the most wasteful spenders on the planet is the military. They will spend literally $100 for a can opener in the military. A can opener. Just because they can. Couldn't make this stuff up. Write it down in court, pass it on to the taxpayer. And then again, Skid Row getting longer and longer, like I said before. The homeless, y'all know I'm in the DC area. The homeless population in DC is exploding. It's getting bigger and bigger.
Facts. That's facts.
Atlanta now is becoming a new hub of serious endemic level of homelessness. It used to begin over there near the viaduct, near highway Interstate 20, down in the old Braves baseball. It used to be all back there, even back towards Old National, Metropolitan Parkway up in there. Now the homeless is spreading out even more in Atlanta on both sides of 75, 85, east and west side. Right, and you know they ain't gonna let them come up in the north side, up there in Cobb and a little higher. They'll run them out of there. That's all the what, the so-called quote unquote other people's state, right? You can't come up here with that. So they're gonna keep them right downtown, right? All downtown. Y'all can linger out down there, but again, I'm just saying, y'all know the homeless rates of areas are picking up too. Who's backstopping these people? Nobody. Because they'll look at you and say, it's the easiest it's going to get what? Going to get a job. With no credit history, or not necessarily credit, but with bad credit, because you're homeless, right? No place of natural residency. Oh, we can't hire you because you ain't got no homeless resident. You got no bank account? Oh man, we can't. You ain't got a bank account. Oh, we can't hire you. They're making the criteria that much more what? Stricter before you can even get a job. No, now they had to relax on this COVID situation. Ain't that something? Now all of a sudden, man, look at everybody they'll hire somebody grandma at 90 years old. You what? You can turn it what? You can turn that switch grandma. Get on that. You want to fight? We give you a little people can't get a job. They'll hire grandma now because they desperate now. But before that, man, grandma, man, look here. No, we can't deal with you, grandma. But again, I know we're having a little fun too, but that's the reality. Right? Things change when people get desperate. Right? So some of you guys been working throughout the COVID situation. Right? Some of you guys still been grinding. Peace, power, and profit to that. Again, number one, putting yourself at harm's risk. And then the one thing that they could have did, above all things that they didn't do, which was a real big slap in the face to show you how much they really care about you. Everybody knew at this point that anybody out there that was an essential worker still dealing with y'all in the thick of the coronavirus. We're talking about April and May when it was just ravaging the country. If you were still deemed to be essential work out there, you should have been getting what? Hazard pay.
Yeah.
Hazard pay. These people still wasn't paying hazard pay. At Walmart, Target, you name it, they was not getting hazard pay.
Amazon.
But you had to go up in these places with people that had the COVID. I mean, like a fog around them, going up in them places with that coronavirus, desperate, trying to get supplies, wasn't even really getting tested at that point. So you didn't know if you had it, you didn't have it, if you needed to be out, if you didn't be out. And then people sitting out there still trying to do what they can to backstop your way of life and your living. And these people couldn't even get these people hazard pay. They couldn't even make it a federal mandate to raise the minimum wage, even during the moment of the pandemic and the quarantine. Say, you know what? We're not even to play around with y'all. We're going to go ahead and raise the minimum wage. Because guess who had power over the minimum wage raising? The feds.
Okay.
The feds. That's why it's called the federal what? Rate, right? It ain't called the Congress rate. It's called the federal rate. That's the one thing that they had the power to change. And did they change it? What's the minimum wage rate?
$7 or something like that.
Yeah, some of y'all don't even know because y'all got some sport checking in markets. I know y'all I'm hanging out with y'all sport jokers tonight. I ain't joking.
Yeah.
$15. Where you live at, Elsa?
It's like $7. It's like $7.50.
Yeah, okay.
$6.40 or $7.50, something like that.
$7.25 over 15 plus years. It has not changed.
It was supposed to go up.
Supposed to. Are you kidding me?
That's minimum wage in DC. That's minimum wage in DC.
They in the 20 years at $7.25. Show me anywhere in America where you can live for $7.25 an hour, even on 40-hour work week, at the rate of inflation and price of living going up every year. You ain't getting a raise barely, and you finna tell me you can survive with a family of 2 kids, 1 kid, even 4 kids, nonetheless, on $7.25 an hour.
You can't do it 15
Bump
years.
beds.
Oh, Trump did mention a wage. I forgot. Oh no, I think it was Biden. I don't know. He didn't call it a living wage. He called it a something else wage. I forgot what he said. But
So guess what?
Overall,
That, you can really break it down, shows you that you know it's a whole lot of what? Propaganda. Because y'all know what moves the needles. That federal minimum wage.
Let me
If
say,
you ain't talking about the federal changing the federal mandate rule for everybody in the entire country, then you ain't talking about that. So guess what? Who pushing back against the federal? I gotta ask y'all this question: who's pushing back the most on a federal rate increase? Republicans or Democrats? Or both? Democrats. You say Democrats?
Republicans.
Right?
Probably Republicans.
You say Republicans? Brother, say one time in there. Are you good? I know you probably busy.
What'd you say?
I was about to ask Brother Shaver, did he want to chime in on that question? But he probably busy, late. So again, anybody in the back?
I don't even know. I don't even know.
I would say Republicans.
Now again, so here's where it becomes.
If I had to guess, I'd say both though.
All right, so you say both, right? So now, what's the basic credo of the Republican Party? They are the party of what?
Why do you like quizzing people?
Conservatives. Let me go ahead and cheat. It's late. They are the party of what? Conservatives. To conserve means to what?
Save. Frugality.
So why do I want to give you what? 15 when you've been surviving on 725.
Jesus.
Couldn't make yourself up.
Ain't trying.
Because most of the Democrats like embracing, modern monetary theory and things like that. They want to use the Federal Reserve to do things like that.
So it's a very interesting dynamic, right? Because the whole idea of trying to give people quote unquote a minimum wage or a livable wage. Let me say that. Let me just call it a livable wage. And then the pushback is what? Well, these people ain't really sacrificed nothing. I'm not going to pay a person that works at McDonald's $15 an hour. They're at McDonald's. They're flipping burgers and playing on their cell phone all day. Right? Do that person deserve $15 an hour? I ask y'all that. Do they deserve $15 an hour at McDonald's or at Hardee's, right? Or Burger King?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Why?
I mean, that's
we
still
all
ain't
deserve
enough.
A raise.
That still ain't enough.
15 is not enough. They way behind raises. They haven't.
They're kids though, Sister Angie, at 16 years old and 17. Brother Marquis, these kids 17 and 16. How do they deserve?
But they're not getting a full 8 hours. They're just working 4 hours at a restaurant like McDonald's. They're not working.
Some grown people in McDonald's.
Yeah, so you ain't lying.
There's a lot of kids that work at McDonald's too, and Hardee's and all these. How do they deserve $15 an hour? And they sit at their mama house playing
you need to save money, all kind of stuff, man. It's expensive out here. Cost of living is crazy, and it's going up.
They could run their own company after they leave McDonald's.
But even that sector, that they having a lot of issues too. Because everywhere I go, it's only a handful of people. They affected by COVID. They got like 3 people working the drive-through.
Let me clarify. I'm saying that pre-COVID though. Pre-COVID, before the pandemic, because we already know I feel like anybody that worked doing the thick of the quarantine should have been getting hazard pay, but we found out it turned out that they didn't. So that shows you that shows you the humanity of these so-called corporations, right? These greedy, excuse my language, I gotta say these greedy bastards didn't even have the decency to pay these people hazard pay.
Yeah.
To deal with these sick people coming in and out the institution just to keep these people what? Being able to live during the pandemic. They didn't even have the decency to even pay them hazard pay. I didn't say raise their minimum wage. I just said pay them what? Hazard pay.
Hazard pay.
Especially the medical
them
workers, man,
alive,
who had
to
to
keep
sleep in
them
their car and
alive.
stuff.
That's why they tried to enact the
Only
Heroes Act
place I know that did it was like Kroger's. Kroger's
after the
did it, I
fact. Though.
think.
They did it after the fact, though. After the pressure
That
began
was
to mount.
on.
Some people said, you know what, man, look, Bumpers, let me go and take care of these people. But see what I'm saying? It took pressure. Wouldn't it be just important to do the right thing out the gate? But guess what? These people are so concerned about what? Profits over dollars.
Money.
Y'all know I like to come from the book of what? Greed, chapter 13, verse what? Get it all, right? Jesus came forth and said what? Go out there and maximize what? Profits.
Profit.
Go out there and maximize profits. Above all things, Jesus said, maximize them profits. Don't y'all come
I
back
see
here
it with my own company. The own company I work at, they made us, cut down on our hours. They basically using less labor and doing more work. They just found a slick way to do it and just blame it on COVID.
Terrible.
So that's how I'm getting done.
So again, it just stands to reason when we talk about the economy, because I know we kind of been a little bit all over the place, and that's fine. But that's just understanding what we see in terms of when you look at the fabric of American economy. Who really has put forth anything to make you feel comfortable that they can? Again, I even hate to even use this whole V-shaped recovery stuff. Man, that's smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, overlook. So my observation, like watching it, now that I think about it, I honestly didn't even really hear them talk about fixing the economy outside of COVID. Like unless it was related to COVID. The only money I heard them talking about passing around was like, they talked about medical care, right? And they talked about funding the police. Other than that, I don't really remember them talking about money for real or fixing the economy and nothing like that.
And
But
they didn't
right
call
now
it a living wage over. They called it a something else wage. You'll hear it. You'll hear it later. It was insulting though. Trump was only concerned about the corporate economy and the corporations and the health of the corporations and protecting them to make sure, we do. Basically, if we don't protect them, then we don't have an economy, basically, he's trying to say.
Again, during the thick of the coronavirus, who did he invite to the White House? You, me, real economists, or did he bring in corporations? Couldn't make this stuff up. Did he bring in scientists and all this kind of people? He brought in who? Corporations.
Business.
For-profit corporations. He didn't bring in independent, non-profit scientists. He brought in what? For-profit companies. Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, right? Abbott Lab.
Man.
He brought in people that had a what? Financial interest in this. They were greasing their palms before they even walked in the door. Oh, we can get some money from this.
Yeah.
We're going to get some money.
I think it's supposed to be cheap though. I know somebody's gonna make money off of it regardless, but I think they doing something to where it's supposed to be affordable whenever it do come out.
Well, that's after the fact, right? When the pushback became relevant, because y'all remember in the very beginning, we used to talk about this on Dagger Squad channel, right? Early on, about how, and actually it was Sister Monica that pointed it out. And I was in the kind of back researchers too. How under the CDC there's a clause under a particular code that anytime you're in a pandemic, the federal government is supposed to pay for your value of assessment or testing per any scenario if you're in the middle of a pandemic. What was the government allowing to happen early on during the pandemic when the testing of the situation when people were trying to figure out they had coronavirus? What was happening? You still had to pay
they was
for
letting it go crazy.
Yep, you got to pay for it. Yep, you had to pay for it.
They were supposed to come out.
Then they was screening who they was testing as well. That was a big problem too. Like should have been testing everybody. They
go home.
That's still a thing. Everybody should be getting tested, even with cheap tests.
And again, I'm on the stand because y'all know them tapes. The leaked tapes just came out the other day from that reporter down here in Washington that came out and pretty much exposed the fact that Trump did what? when he found out about that virus, he did what? Downplayed
Played
it.
it down
Smacked in everybody's
intentionally.
face. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, Smurf, Midget, Humpback, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He
Mm-hmm.
played it down.
Now
Imagine
look at it.
that you in the middle of a pandemic and the person that's in charge of giving you the most accurate data told you, I enjoy playing it down. I wanted to play it down. His
You
words,
don't want to
not
make
mine.
panic.
How do you spin that?
Thought it
Can't.
was a hoax.
How do
He's
you
contradicting
spin
himself
that?
the whole time. Every time he's on TV.
Listen,
Man,
he still
have
was
y'all
a
seen that
hoax.
documentary
He
on
said
the
it was a
dude?
hoax because he knows it was a pandemic, and that's why he said it's a hoax. He knows that this
Man.
happens every few decades. They throw a pandemic.
I mean, it's a reality that we're an expanding people. Like we're going into different environments, basically messing stuff up. So you're gonna have these spillovers. It's just the reality of basically civilization. How how we've been expanding. Viruses
Listen,
been here before us.
if you're gonna use science, it's a zoonotic disease. It comes from animals, right? They all agree on that. Why do they
Almost
still have
all
people?
viruses do.
Why do they still have people having animals in their homes? Where's the social distancing as far as animals go? They're full of shit.
I
There's
mean,
no science involved in this
these
coronavirus thing. There's no
viruses,
gold standard. They didn't
it has a
single
whole
out. They
genome. It's
didn't
been
single
sequenced.
out no virus.
You got to understand there's different variations of the strand. There's just not that's
It's still a
coronavirus
zoonotic.
is
It's
a
still
family.
zoonotic. They still agree that
All
it's
viruses are basically,
zoonotic.
even the HIV is zoonotic. Majority
Yeah,
of
because
viruses
they
like that
created that
you
too.
contract, they're everywhere. So
It's not
this
that
is gonna
everywhere. They
happen. This
put
is
it
the
everywhere.
reality, huh?
Trump is angry because he knows that they did this thing, put it out, and they let it get out of hand, and that's why he wasn't. How could you tell the public something that has been planned for years before? It's
I mean, it's been
2014
happening
they've
for
been preparing for this.
there's a like a timeline of different coronaviruses. Like the last thing was like you have the MERS. Those are different strands. It happens because of what we do, of us being being a human
Being
and
nasty
animal
with animals. So
interaction.
why didn't they take the animals out of people's house, knowing that it's zoonotic?
Because
Did
those
y'all notice?
animals aren't necessary. Like anything could be a vector. It's going as long
You
as
know
it
what?
can
Y'all
get
are
into
not
your
paying
the
attention. Do you
breathing.
notice that on RedTube? Do y'all ever watch RedTube? Anybody watch it? They took all the bestiality videos off. They know exactly what they did. And Trump understands this, and that's why Trump is, it's because
I mean, because it's
basically
been going
everybody
on.
is
It goes
complicit.
on in New York. They got basically same thing as what do they call it, wet
Yeah, the wet
markets or
markets and
whatever.
all of that.
They got that here. They got that everywhere. It's been something that people don't pay attention to because it's science and it's no issue until it's a pandemic, until like everybody's affected by it. That's when it becomes something that gets politicized. But it's honestly a reality. It's a virus, just like a cold and a flu. It's different
Not a virus,
kinds.
just like the cold and the flu. They
No,
don't.
I'm
They
saying
can't.
it's
I'm
a
not.
virus. It is a virus.
Yeah.
It has a
It is.
You know
genome
what
that's
a
been
virus
It's like the
sequenced.
is?
flu. It's
A
definitely like the
virus is
flu.
a poison.
It's
Look at
flu-like
Y'all
the
know
because
beginning
it's
of
a
a virus.
this
respiratory
is the
virus.
part.
A
This is the
virus
part
is
where
a
y'all look at
poison.
my avatar. This is the part when y'all look at my avatar, right? This is the part when y'all look at Calvin Candy up here with that look right there. Y'all remember y'all saw the movie when he made that face right there. You already know what's
Virus
going on,
is Latin for
right?
poison. Period.
This is a Calvin
Virus is
Candy moment
Latin for
because
poison.
y'all know what I know. Whether you conclusive on the data or not, because that was all the talking point. It came out of the wet market. It was just abomination of nature, right? Now, again, I'm not saying I know everything, but I was saying I connected my dots. I came with my conclusive data, and the picture I got up right now is very indicative of what I know about what's going on with this virus.
You were talking about that lab. You were talking about that lab in Wuhan.
That level 4 lab, right? There's no way nature.
Like I say, you could look at 12. They touch on that. It's basically
in nature where it synthesized a mutation of a strand of a virus of this magnitude and contagion in a matter of a lifespan of an animal within this generation. Those are bat. How long does a bat live?
I mean,
natural lifespan.
I'm not sure as far as that.
How
but
long does a snake live?
Bats have been on the planet for forever, and they have a lot of viruses inside of them.
Viruses a long time to mutate slowly over generations.
What's crazy? I'm for scientific literacy. I'm all for scientific literacy, but that you do when we did that research, you raised the point. I can't deny that.
I brought that level 4 lab out way back in February. Remember, on the Uncle Rod squad tried to challenge me on it. He was just so sure about it came out of that pit lab. I'm like, bro, now you are a scientific literate person. You know viruses take decades and probably millennials to mutate to even become a natural what issue. How long the common cold been around? Anybody go?
Depends. Like there's different strands. Like as far as the one that's coronavirus specific. The coronavirus one, because there's it's a rhinovirus, and then there's the coronavirus, and the coronavirus strand. I guess they did that like in the 70s. I think that's when they first recognized it came from a cow.
The one like that was kind of like SARS or MERS or whatever.
Basic common cold.
MERS or whatever.
The rhino. I mean, viruses have been here since before us. You got to keep that in mind. They're not
that specific one, not COVID-19,
because they mutate and because their job is to replicate.
But I'm saying in the aspect of communicable diseases, right? Because we know communicable diseases are the fusion of again this so-called quote unquote herd immunity aspect, right? Meaning you have to be around different people long enough to kind of build up an immunity, right? But these so-called diseases have been around so long. And again, they only going to
the disease is the condition that you get after the infection.
Give me 2 seconds. So in knowing that you don't have a novel virus that pops up out of nowhere of this aspect of an RNA, DNA, RNA perspective,
right?
Out of thin air, and it doesn't have a track record, a lineage. Y'all get my point, right? Again, we understand the basic coronavirus, MERS, SARS, right? H1N1, right? Swine flu, right? Some of all the different ones.
Those are different viruses. Those are swine flu. Those are influenza viruses.
SARS is they in the same
family. No, they're not.
It's not even
a separate family.
MERS fall in
SARS and MERS. There's one called the RTZ strand.
They're in the same family.
They fall under the coronavirus.
Yeah, they all coronavirus. They all corona. That's all corona.
Data that shows SARS,
influenza,
H1N1 falls underneath the coronavirus banner.
These are different branches. It's just like
they still fall underneath.
But they don't pop up overnight.
Biological organism.
Right, they fall under the banner is what I'm saying. Right. So if that's the case,
I'm not sure as far as influenza. From my understanding, that's a separate. It's not in the same family.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question real quick?
We put some information up on it a while back, but I want to say it because number one,
I can put some stuff up on it. There's plenty
because I got
a lecture on the time span and each when they discovered each one, how they did it, what it was connected to, how they figured out that they're similar but different. Like I forgot the lady's name. I think her name is Sarah.
Can I ask you a question though? Would you agree that the evidence as far as where it really came from is inconclusive?
I mean, from the evidence that I've seen, the only explanation, it leans more to it being a natural occurrence as any other outbreak.
So it's inconclusive, right? They really don't know where it came from, right? They
They
have
can't
data
tell you
where they think it might have came
inconclusively
from.
directly where it can, because there's like, I think from my understanding, when they did sequence it, it goes um it, the mutation, like you said, it took a long time for it to happen, and that's one big clue that that's a natural occurrence, because a person couldn't do that. Like in a lab, it would take years to do
Huh?
that.
No, I think it'll happen faster in the
I would
lab than
disagree
in
with Brother
nature.
Davis there because
No,
that
it
in lab
won't.
is a novel virus, and I'm saying that only because the fact that y'all remember, especially again, I don't want to bring that into our conversation, but
For
for the
this,
fact we used to have these discussions on the Amarad channel and the Dagger Squad when I was, back then, when everybody was pushing back and saying, well, this and that, because see, one thing about RNA DNAs or RNA, so-called strands of different viruses, right? Their sequence can easily be what? Altered for
replicated.
genetic purposes. Same way they alter
I mean,
medicine.
there's a process
Hold
in
on. Let me
doing
finish
that.
the
You got
point.
to use
Let me finish the point. They could be altered to fit a certain agenda, the same way they do medicines, right? They can slightly alter that DNA just enough, or the RNA just enough to have a
well,
specific
that's the thing.
readout
there's
of
a lot of different
hold up,
nuances
Brother Davis,
of that
hold
particular
up. I'm gonna let
strain.
you go in. Hold up. This ain't that kind of conversation. We gonna, we'll
No,
be.
no, I'm listening.
And this not pushback against you or anybody, because we just having, again, objective conversation, right? Based upon what we're learning, because a lot of us really don't know the entire truth. We're just going off what breadcrumb data point based upon level of information that's out there and different journals, this, that, the third. I'm only saying that because, again, because being in the military, we do know unequivocally, right, that Fort Detrick alone, and I worked on that base. I ain't sitting there talking about what I think I know. I worked on that base.
They got shut down.
They got stuff on that base that'll change your whole perspective. The level of the scientific evolution in terms of chemical and biological warfare will blow your socks off.
No, I'm fully aware. I'm just saying, as far as this particular, there's no.
These
Go ahead.
viruses, the whole idea of how some of these things obviously were collected and studied for the purposes, not so much, some of it not so much just for warfare, but just for the fact that, okay, if we ever had to deal with this in that setting, we'll know how to combat it. Because a lot of the studies are just for that. Honestly, I'm not gonna say everything is warfare, because most people like, man, everything warfare. They just trying to kill you. They're trying to kill you. Now, I ain't gonna go that far. I'm saying that they alter things just to see how they also will be an outcome in the event that it ever happen. The issue surrounding this coronavirus, which is a novel virus, obviously its mRNA was obviously altered. This ain't nothing that evolution has ever put out. You finna tell me it just came up out of nowhere?
Yeah.
It didn't.
A lot of viruses do that. The same thing with MERS.
No other
MERS came out of nowhere. SARS came out of nowhere. Ebola came out of nowhere. HIV came out of nowhere. Like we've been in an HIV pandemic since it came out.
Always been
like then it still never really ended.
Oh, here's my point. Again, now whether it's relevant or not, because I know people gonna say, well, it may not, but these people had in terms of what we know, obviously after the fact, because we don't know what was preceding, because that's how science works, right? You only get the aftershock when they didn't went through dissecting most of it they potentially can before they actually even sometimes administer it to the public or reveal it, right? But it was shown that some of these things
have to in order to be able to tell you something.
And they had a value of again ownership on some of these particular viruses, right? Again, i.e. patents, i.e. again the sequences where people say they were the first one. Now, with the thing with different from this one, and again, I'm not pushing it in the aspect where it's either right or it's wrong. I'm just doing like anybody else. I'm trying to connect the breadcrumbs, right? Now, again, there's just too many what we call circumstantial evidence, but that necessarily doesn't mean it's evidence. We grant that and we get that, right? But at the same time, when you're trying to convince a lot of people, again, that this thing just happened out of, again, a curation of nature out of the blue, because it has some of the basic elements of the other coronaviruses, but it also has here's this other aspect of the sequence that there's something that's totally different.
Supercharged. That thing was supercharged.
It's supercharged. The contagion level is like nothing that we've never seen in a long time. Even beating out
But then the fatality rate on it is extremely low.
That's my only scenario where I am
virus though. That's like a perfect virus to not kill your host. That's how it spreads so well.
Right. That's my own thing.
This is what nature does. Because look at human beings. Cells are gone. Everything. That's a part of nature. It's a part of
I got natural selection. I got another question. Answer me this, right? So more than likely, they feel like it came from a bats in the wet market, right? Wuhan, right?
I mean, it comes from something to even get into a bat. Like, you understand? There's like 500 different types of coronavirus inside a bat.
Why haven't they found any other animals that has COVID? Or if it was these bats, why haven't they went to a cave?
There's a lot of animals. For one, they found them in camels
amongst these other animals.
Yeah, they found a few
like they did that with camels, I think, and they did it with another animal, but you can't points like you're gonna kill all bats. Kind of effect that would have on the ecology. Like doing certain things, it's bad enough that we're already doing things to make this happen. We do things like that. To every action, there's a reaction, scientifically speaking.
Listen, Mr.
But
Scientist.
as far as virus coming out of nowhere, a lot of viruses. The HIV virus is, for example, is a virus that came out of nowhere. It wasn't something that people been known about. It takes science to even recognize these things.
Again, that could be subjected to the level of value that we can even test it to make sure it's something anomaly, right? Or it could be something that was already kind of similar to, in a lot of ways. Because some of these viruses are very similar in a lot of ways. They just have different things in terms of how they affect the human body, right? Ultimately, the ultimate goal, and I say a goal of a bacteria or a virus is alter your what? The organism that it infects, right? To cause
its job is to replicate. That's the main and only thing and survive.
Right, exactly. Based on your immunity, right? So again, the value of how this one particular virus, I'm gonna stay on topic. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole because we ain't gonna make all about that conversation. But therein lies why, again, it has caused an uproar in the scientific community where there's no consensus. There is none about.
There's consensus.
Let me finish this point. There's no consensus where they can evenly come out and say unequivocally, we all stand on this. The only thing they can say that they can agree on is the fact that they feel like at this point they've been able to map the genome to try to come up with a form of what? An antiviral or something at that level to kind of stop it. But they still don't necessarily agree on where and how it came into its evolution. That
I can give you a source.
Hold up, let me get through the point. She was saying again, it ain't a debate amongst each other. It's just understanding the data, right? We're trying to uncover the data. Therein lies, in my opinion, the reason why, again, now it's been easy for them to politicize this virus and make it more, even more so, a greater threat than it probably is. Who knows? But we do know there are people who's catching it, and we do know some people who've obviously passed away from it. Again, so that's why it's a divide where people may think it's not necessarily that serious, and then as opposed to others saying, man, this thing is serious, right? Because there is no 100%. Obviously, it's never going to be 100% consensus, but there's no real major consensus, I should say, across the board that says one way or the other that is not this over the third. Because again, you got the one person who has the ability to really shed light on this, trying to play it down. So you'll never really truly know until you do your own research. But guess what? That only takes you so far because you ain't in no lab. Meaning none of us, right? None of us. We only going off what data that's been presented to us through different areas. So that's why it makes it very tricky for this one, right? It makes it very tricky, right? And we're going to be here again. I think another year, still trying to ascertain, what is the level of this virus? Because I'm only saying that because we got to deal with this going into the next president. if it's Trump again or if it's Biden. So I'm about to ask you that question. All right. Who's most suited to give you the most accurate information on this virus for your well-being going forward for the next 4 years? Anybody?
I mean, like I said, I'm interested in Jay Simmons. Me personally, I feel like she would. But as far as the
Is she
Democratic,
somebody
man,
that they
I
bring to
gave
the
up
White
on.
House?
It's Say it again.
Is she someone that we can bring to the White House to be a real true?
I believe so personally.
Who would bring her? Who would bring her?
I would rather go that way. I feel like she'll bring. It'd be
Who
a
would bring
different
her?
perspective.
Well, you
You
get
said
my
who would
point.
bring her?
Who would bring her? It's either gonna be Trump or
It
Biden.
would have to be the people. I mean, she's running for. She has her own vice president and stuff. So
You get my point though, because she can only be effective if she in that position to what? To speak to who?
to do something, yeah,
To the people. So
do
that's
anything.
where it becomes tricky because again, we all might have our little, certain scientists and mighty, but if they ain't gonna put them before you and I, then what platform do they have?
I mean,
Right? Because y'all know everybody outside of what Trump looks like is a quack. Y'all know, hands down, y'all know what type of person Trump is. Y'all know he didn't call Dr. Fauci a quack behind his back. Because it's what?
Man, that's ridiculous. And he's scientifically illiterate. Like he's psychologically that dude has problems. You gotta watch that documentary on that dude. You'll see how serious this issue is, and I don't see it getting better on him. I think it's dangerous the way he those things.
So who else does Trump have to be an anti to Dr. Fauci?
I don't
see what I'm saying? So we all still left with that void. We don't know who to trust, who has the most relevant information, because number one, as long as they a novel virus, guess what? We're still in the dark.
As long as me personally, it's gonna be lost in the research. Because monkeys, if you look up adverse effects of chemotherapy, look at the symptoms and tell me if they don't look like the coronavirus or COVID-19 symptoms.
I even go a step further.
The medication.
The very first medication they use.
I mean,
coronavirus.
I can't say that because
y'all remember the very first medication they used on the coronavirus patient that went actually viral? Yeah. What was the first medicine they used?
Hydrochloroquine.
That wasn't the first one. It was no. I'm going to go there. Not just the name, but what was the actual medicine used for before they used it for COVID? Anybody?
Can't remember that.
I forgot the name.
It was an HIV medication.
Right.
Yes.
Because they found that there was strands of the HIV DNA inside the coronavirus. How did that get in that novel coronavirus?
How did they know that?
I mean, it's a strand. It's far back. Because it's a zoonotic virus. Like there's a lot of connections. Just like everything is connected. It's not saying like there's a percentage on how alike those things are.
Look up the adverse effects of chemotherapy and what they do to treat patients that take chemotherapy. All the medications that they use for COVID-19, and see if they don't match up with the adverse effects.
I mean, the thing about COVID is like some people you don't even have to treat. They just get better because it all depends on how much virus is in them.
Listen,
if they getting a high load.
I was just working at Accessorite, right? So a few chemotherapy patients call me because they're complaining and they're worried about riding without social distance because they said they're supposed to have social distancing being chemotherapy patients.
Yes, they're highly susceptible to it. Because they're susceptible. Their immune system is compromised.
They could spread the radiation that the treatment they're getting. So that's
I can't agree with that.
The social distance is to protect the people that they go around. So if you take chemotherapy, depending on the stage of cancer that you have, if you take a certain level of chemotherapy, they will tell you have to maintain social distancing. Just like if you go to the airport.
You already know. I know. I'm going to cut your wisdom, sis. Having a pre-existing condition is non-negotiable. period, with the virus.
It's not the pre-existing condition. I'm talking about
I mean,
the effects
Well,
of
even going through that,
radiation.
because again, if you know you're going through chemotherapy, there's an ailment there. You don't get chemotherapy if you're healthy, right? So that's what I'm saying. That's a pre-existing condition that's already there. Whether it be whatever stage of cancer, your immune system is already compromised. Right?
and then there's effects of radiation in
had
general.
lupus, right? My father had lupus, right?
Yeah.
You know what made him? What took him out? Not the lupus. Pneumonia took him out.
Because it causes.
Pneumonia took him out.
Because of his lowered immunity.
The lupus longer than a lot of people that had lupus. Y'all know Trick Daddy got lupus, right? Y'all know
Chili, with lupus.
Not Chili, but what her name? T-Ball, the TLC. She got lupus, right? A lot of people y'all know got lupus.
She has sickle cell.
Right.
You got an extra sickle cell as well.
Pneumonia took him out. Right? So the reality is, with a lot of these things, again, basically, we know that from a basic scientific literature aspect. Again, before we get into the data, all that, which we're not, we just again we're kind of going off our natural knowledge and what we read to some degree, right? Because there will have to be a more controlled discussion when it comes to that stuff. Because therein lies a lot of problem why we in the position now where we feel like we are not getting what we feel like we should be getting, right, from our government in terms of virus and how to deal with it. Again, people that were 4 months into the virus was still calling it a hoax. When did Herman Cain just pass away? At that Tulsa, Oklahoma rally. What did he do? As an older person, he went up there saying, I don't need no mask. Well, what happened to him? Out of there.
He died.
Fresh
of
case
the virus.
Out of there. Playing games, right? The one person that he believed in.
Who did any type of.
Go ahead.
I'm listening because I feel like who cared about him? Where was Trump at? You know what he said about that? Like, where was the tribute to that dude? All that dedication that he gave out.
That's my point.
And get nothing for it.
So even more so, he had to downplay Herman Cain's death, because if he had to admit that was the worst thing that ever could have happened to him, it would also expose the fact that he'd been wrong about this virus being deadly the way it was. That's why y'all heard nothing about Herman Cain's death to the degree where it was all publicized and nationalized, like a John Lewis that didn't even die from the virus to a degree, right? Right? He just died from other complications, apparently, right? And obviously, him being who he was, but as if Herman Cain was not this important, right? This guy ran for president. They just washed his little death right on under the rug and kept riding. No tributes, no nothing. I don't know if they even dropped the flag a half mast for Herman McCain. Couldn't make this stuff up, bro.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Telling you, crazy.
So that's why I said we're still in a position where we got all this inconclusive data, but we got all this so-called data, right? You know what I'm saying by saying that, but nobody can seem to kind of bring it together. Some of the most.
I put a link in the chat from Vincent Racaniello, like talking about the lab thing and explaining why it's not done in the lab. Now y'all can check it out, or you can continue to speculate. But there is a scientific mainstream.
Who was that video by? Who was that by?
No, let me say this.
Vincent Racaniello. He's a virologist.
Right, here's the deal with that, brother, because you can't say, I can't say, nobody can definitively say, right, whether or not it is what it is. That's where it becomes tricky, because one thing you would do in the scientific community, it's easy to get biased. It's easy to get biased.
I mean, but they go off of evidence as far as when they make a claim.
This one thing I can say about the scientific community. Again, and it's weird. Not that I worked on this stuff, but being on Fort Detrick myself and knowing this kind of stuff these people are doing is crazy, right? I didn't work in the lab, but I was on the post, right? That's the difference, but I still knew what was going on it, right? That's why it's one of the most secure posts in the country in a lot of ways, and they don't just let anybody on it, right? Because of what they're doing now for national security, right? There's a lot of things that we don't know, but it's easy to form a somewhat of a bias in terms of what we feel like is the most logical data that we've been able to kind of coalesce and make sense to us. But the fact that there's no 100%, not even 100%, but I would even go as far as say a 90%, right? Consensus in terms of the scientific community that's going to give you straight down the middle what we know about this virus. Now, here's what's interesting even about that, because
I don't know. I can provide data that says different. That there is a consensus.
Let me finish this, brother. Ken, we don't want to get into that. I just want to get these points and let y'all build it. If the vaccine companies are the only ones apparently that's supposed to have the sequence, right, of the DNA of it, right? And obviously, we know there's different types of vaccines out there they're trying to produce of it, right? How is it that they're the so-called, all right, how is it that they're the ones that's supposed to have the most accurate mapping of it, but they're not the ones having the discussions before the press, before the world, making it very clear, because they will be obviously under a more peer-reviewed environment, right? Unbiased, even though we know they are for profit. Let's not get it twisted too, right? We know that's the whole conversation too, but nonetheless, they were all given the so-called sequence, obviously from China, after they studied it, to make this vaccine. So they should be more endowed. They want to be the ones to kind of get out there and back brief everybody. But they're not, right? They're just somewhat kind of filtering it through the so-called government channels. The government channels get the data and they do what? Switch it up a little bit to fit their narrative, and then they present it to you, right? And now, even more so,
read the studies yourself.
Trump is the one that's making all the decrees and the declarations concerning it. He's not letting people of that professional echelon come before the people and speak on it. Know why? Because he needs to be able to vet their truth to make it fit the narrative that is not that serious. The guy that already made it plain that he's trying to downplay it. It's 6 months in the game. He's still trying to downplay it. So again, whether you got a piece of data, I got a piece of data, anybody got a piece of data, it's still going to be from a place of speculation, because you can't 100% say it yourself. I can't say it myself. That's why I'm like, it's hard for any of us to be able to really grasp this thing 100%, because we got so many confident people that got interest. They got interest. That's one thing that separates us from that level.
People that don't, they're just strictly scientific, and they study. This is
they will be the ones that will be before the people the most, given the information on it. They will not be trying to play the back, because
my thing is, who else would you get the information from, though?
Right, what I'm saying. But if the greater good was in the science of being able to come up with a backstop for this virus, a cure or a treatment, of course they stand to make money on it if they really was about profit. But if not, if they just want to do it for the greater good of humanity, they'll be the first ones sitting up there in front of these people right now being able to do it. Because y'all know, if they that desperate in the White House to come up with a cure to the point they got to lie about it, if somebody came through with something that can really change the dynamic of it, I have no doubt in my mind they'll be the first one putting them in front of the camera. What's y'all take on that?
I mean, talking about the scientists, they'll be the first ones to support it? You saying?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In that perspective, they'll be the ones, again, because y'all know Trump is an opportunist. If he really knew somebody out there that had something, do you think he gonna not put them out there in front of the camera? And they're finna rush the vaccine with about a 50%.
He's putting everybody that.
No, go ahead.
Right now, he's putting out everybody that he's supporting everybody that has a track record and the potential to solve it. But they're in stages, and they all made a pact. Like they're being transparent with their information. That's why you get in these people that are like Enivo doing that thing with their viruses. They're not. And then you had what's it called with they vaccine when they had a person with the neurological. I think that was AstraZeneca. He had some neurological side effects. They're being transparent because they're trying to separate from his politicizing of what he's doing. There's a divide horizontally and vertically. That's why I say we should look into that medical populism thing, because it really explains basically what's going on.
So okay, so under your perspective there, right? And because we kind of see that too. you're saying is more towards the public, the public companies that are out there who are getting the government money, obviously need grants to produce the vaccine, are the ones who's carrying the most accurate data for it. Is that your that would be?
There's a lot of I'm saying there's a lot of different studies going on. What I do is I compare them all.
Right, that's my point. So there's so many of them out there. Again, that's what I was saying earlier. Who do you really rely on in that perspective to give you the most accurate data? Because it's like you really can't, right? You can only go
you rely on the evidence.
But that's my point. I was saying you can only go as far as you can go to the point where you're gonna hit a wall like everybody else, because no one has been able to kind of backstop it to the point where they can say, hey, I got the papers, run them vaccines, right? Run them vaccines, right? So all the independent people who are not a part of those publicly traded companies, right, which they still have a opportunity to kind of produce a vaccine too. Again, that's still studies that's coming out of Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh. You got people that was with the Oxford University. That's why they ended up partnering with who? AstraZeneca, right? So you got the public and the private market too, right? Private, a lot of these universities too, right? Obviously, they under more of a Hippocratic oath as opposed to these for-profit people, right? Because it's not so much about the money; it's more about the study, right? Because they just want to be published, right? So day and lives would be more of a serious scenario, but those are the people that's not in front of the cameras. They're not the ones that's getting the shine, right? They're the ones
that's intentional. They're like, they're gonna tell the truth.
Hey, Chavez, this not about COVID-19.
What?
This YouTube post you just posted, this is about SARS.
Yeah, COVID-19 is the result of that, and SARS is the virus.
Huh?
SARS, what's called is the virus.
This is a different virus. This is not COVID-19 though. Like, this is something that precedes it, but it's not COVID.
That developed from
COVID-19 was made in the lab.
EXOSOME and tell me if you don't see COVID-19. Look up EXOSOME.
SARS, the SARS virus that is the virus. COVID is the result of the infection getting out of control. That's what the D is for, the disease aspect. A disease is a condition. A virus is an organism in itself. That's what does the infecting. You understand?
Hey, no, that's new. I didn't have that understanding. So COVID-19 was what happens once it gets in your body. You're saying the actual virus is SARS-CoV-2?
That's the virus.
Yeah, that was new. I never heard that one.
Look into it. Once the virus is inside, that's what I'm saying. That's a virus. The disease, like HIV, is the virus. The disease is AIDS. It's the result. A disease is nothing but a condition that comes from the infection. That's what it is, a condition, basically.
So you saying when somebody gets infected with COVID, they're actually getting infected with SARS, not COVID?
Your SARS is the virus that you get infected with. Like with influenza, you get infected with the influenza virus, and you could, the flu could go, it could turn into pneumonia. It all depends on your immune system. But SARS-CoV-2 is the specific virus. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's SARS-CoV-2, and then there's
the virus that might be sitting on the surface of a table. That would be SARS-CoV-2. That's what you're saying. That's not COVID-19.
No, it's not. COVID-19 is you don't catch COVID. Like you're not going to get that from somebody direct. That's a misconception that the public is not understanding. You have to study virology to understand this process of viral transmission. Once you get the virus, SARS-CoV-2, for somebody has it, like it's going to be in their spit or whatever. Once that gets into your system, and depending on how much is where it comes, like if I'm super sick and I sneeze on you and that gets in your system, you're going to have to quarantine, because if you get that infection and it gets that crucial, you're going to experience different phases of that disease. It can. I think there's like 3 different phases, and the third phase is like where people have to be hospitalized because they can't breathe, and you know what I'm saying. They're having like serious issues where they need to be hospitalized. If you're paying attention, they're not hospitalizing everybody because there's no need to, because there are certain people that are just asymptomatic. They don't display any symptoms. That's how we see these basketball players. They test positive, but they don't show any symptoms because they're not. I mean, their viral load is not high, and they're healthy people. Their immune system is good. That's why the mortality rate on it is so low, but the infection rate is high because that's how viruses survive, by infecting people. It doesn't want to kill you because then they can't continue to. It's cycle.
So okay, cool. So
less
when
lethal
the
it
player
is.
gets when the player gets infected, when we see one of these players get infected, right? They got infected with SARS-CoV-2, not COVID-19.
Right.
Okay, that's new to me. That's new information. I have to check that out. That's the first time I heard that.
And when I say study virology, go on that dude's page. He has lectures starting from the first, like when it first, everybody went on a lockdown. Some reason I was fascinated by this whole concept of virology. I never looked into it. I've watched hours and hours and hours of lectures. I encourage people to do so because it will educate you on how the public really don't have no idea as to like what's really going on. It's a lot of confusion due to the media. You know, like how right now you don't understand the difference between COVID and SARS-CoV. Like that's due to the media popularizing the disease aspect. That's what people are dying from the disease, because that's when you can't breathe. That's when you're having heart problems and getting blood clots and whatnot. You have to be, but if you just catch a small part of the, somebody that is asymptomatic, you're not gonna have these serious symptoms unless your immune system is compromised.
I mean, it wouldn't become COVID-19. It would stay as
like
the COVID-2.
You'll just be testing positive for the virus. That's all these the PCR, they're testing for that in your respiratory. That's why they're going in your nose. That's where I mean, that's the whole thing. Why they're focusing on certain. I think it's the ACE, the receptors, because those receptors are in your I think your bronchial tract or whatever, where you breathe. So that's where it congregates. That's where it wants to be at.
Yeah. Do you have any like links that are basically explain that the way you explain that, like through like a
I learned it from them. So I watched hours. Like I said, he's a actual professor for I forgot. I don't know if it's.
I mean like actual like public case, because I mean listening to one person on YouTube, like that's one thing, but actually looking at like a peer reviewed journal, that's better for me.
Actual, like I'm saying, the people that come on his show are actual people that like are in the field. They're explaining what's going on. They actually give advice to doctors. This is who doctors are watching. But as far as documentations, I would direct you to the Lancet or Nature. Just putting in key words to certain things like SARS-CoV-2, an explanation of what is it. Like you gotta do due diligence on these. I have to look for one for you. It's no problem. I post these things
I'm
all
trying
day.
to look for it, but I'm having like a semi hard time.
Hold on. I'm gonna see it. Y'all can talk. I got you. Cause I post these type of links all day, every day. People think I'm weird or whatever, but this stuff fascinates me because it's some interesting science. And it's the reality of the world that we live in, and how viruses are everywhere. Some viruses are good. Some of them are bad. Some of them, will that some of them actually helped our evolution. He's just like I say, I advise anyone to. I don't know how many actual lectures from a professor on the different steps from like viral transmission to persistent disease. They talk about HIV. They tell you why that's a zoonotic disease and how that came from the eating bushmeat, and how it's a lot of different intricacies it touches on. You just got to have the time to sit there and just be disciplined. It's like actually being in.
So is there a different test as far as for like COVID-19 versus the SARS-CoV-2? Is that or is there different tests to detect the difference between the two? Everybody done fell asleep?
No, I'm him. Actually, I was over here researching. I'm letting you guys, again, build on that, from that perspective. Kind of, it touches back on what we was, kind of hitting on earlier, as far as why there's no level of, from what we know it on the general pop as a consensus, or so if there is one that's behind the scenes, these people are not given the platform to be able to explain that, right? So, again, you're left with a lot of independent studies, like we all have probably done in our own little free time, to the degree of how deep we took it, down the rabbit hole. Now, again, we do understand that, of course, the coronavirus, again, it's a plethora of different viruses. Again, SARS being one of them. So we know that much because even the WHO came out and said that, right? They pretty much made it very clear. It is, of the SARS, aspect of its so-called a likeness, so to speak, in a lot of ways. Obviously, it's a mutation. Beyond that's why it's a novel virus. That means it's new in its aspect, be it a mutated aspect of it being new, or just, something completely, different, than their radars that they have been able to pick up, over the time, right? So again, that's why I said it just popped up, right? Now, certain viruses do pop up, but they also lay a track record, right, of a vestige virus, right? Like I was saying earlier, like another virus that it might have jumped off of, it mixed, obviously inside of an incubation system, which will be obviously an organism, zoonotic in most cases, because that's what most of those type of viruses do jump from. Again, bird flu, swine flu, right? Again, pigs, birds, right? Chickens, right? And then of course, this idea where we're now dealing with this, so-called new bat aspect. Now, it's not the first time a bacteria or a virus then jumped off a bat, but none at this level, right? So at some point, if there is a nature anomaly, that mixture, right, was just perfectly timed and curated in a way where it produced, this level of a virus, right? To this level of a, contagion, or it was already in play in some cases, and it got supercharged, right? Again, a lot of smoking gun pieces there, right? Again, you even had some people trying to say, hey, we got reports that, again, this level 4 lab, this, that, and the third, again, that was something I raised way back, way back in February. How will we ever find out? Because at this point, China got more to lose if they figure out that, it actually came from there. Will they ever disclose that? How much intel do we have in terms of the American, data points to try to, relate it back to that level 4 lab? Because we know ultimately at the end of the day, China's not going to let America get near that lab at this point. But before, they probably was letting it happen because it wasn't a big issue, right? Now, straight lockdown, right? They didn't lock that lab down. I guarantee they didn't lock that lab down, right, in Wuhan, right? But again, that's what makes it, trivial. And so there's always going to be some scientists that's always trying to front run the data. Again, that's common in the scientific community. They have to. They're only going to work with what they got, right? And which is, once that genome went out, right? I'm sure they got copies of it, and from the WHO, and they've been trying to figure out, just like anybody else, to investigate a track record where this thing really spawned from, right? Where it really spawned from, and was it altered, as well in that perspective, which made the thing even more contagious than that of, again, what we deal with for SARS, MERS, H1N1, those kind of viruses as well. So again, we'll build on it again. We'll double back on this information again, because again, it's going to be important, like I was saying before, far as going forward into the election. Whoever gets back in that seat, or who gets in the seat, at some point they're going to have to, level with the American people, right? Or the American people, if they don't ask enough questions, then it seems like we'll never find out on a national level. We'll just have to keep doing what we've been doing, which is what? Independent study, right? Just kind of following those who give the best, synopsis of what this virus is all about, right? So, but in the meantime, one thing we can do is keep doing what we've been doing. All right, for some of us who are, seekers of, better health, is do some things to kind of keep yourself from being most vulnerable, right? And that part of science is the one thing that they're not really telling you, right? If it's just if it's just so simple, just to wash your hands, right, and put on the mask, but keep.
Her name is Susan Weiss. That's the lady name you guys need to look up. She has. I'm gonna post that her lecture, and she's gonna break down the whole timeline, each coronavirus, the how they're similar, how they're different.
Can you put her name in the chat real quick?
I'm finished too. Hold on.
Yeah,
Susan Weiss.
Because I like I said, this is new to me. So I'm definitely checking it out.
No, because we need this though. That's why I come on, because it's something that we have to be aware. Like, we got to be fully literate in the subject matter so we can understand the severity of what's going on right now. I mean, it's not serious in the sense that, if you're healthy, like, you just need to be on some doomsday shit, but it's like, it's something that you need to be aware of, that you don't want to be passing to your grandma, you know what I'm saying? Or, you're somebody that has sickle cell or and whatnot. Now, that's the problem. That it's been, one side is, acting like it's a hoax, and you got another side that's acting like it's the apocalypse, the end of the world. You got to be in the middle. Like, real science is in the middle. But there's I put 2 links in the chat.
Right, it's definitely the falsification of data, and so definitely agree with that. And therein lies again why it's still an ongoing. It's like a case study, right? It's an ongoing case study of us trying to figure out, who is most well qualified and presented to present, the information to the people. So again, if the scientific community as a whole, and I'm saying that on a global level, right? Because again, the WHO is just one branch of a independent governance. They're not even real. Again, y'all know what happened with that. They even got stripped, right, of funding, right? So they're like, Trump was like, no, y'all won't be speaking for us. Right?
That was a political move. I feel
so
like
long with that one, right?
That was a bad idea.
Well, in a lot of ways, again, but here's where it becomes even interesting with that, Brother Shavers, too, because now that they know that, there are people who may have a, quote unquote, whether they have a agenda or they don't, it still reverts back to who's most qualified, right? Who's most qualified to still brief people, right? So again, the military, you don't have privates, trying to brief who? Generals, right? Not that the private don't know enough to kind of maybe give you a good, accurate detail. It's just that they still got to go with the rank and file system that has the level of experience to be able to deliver that cadence, right? That aspect of data, right? And so again, it becomes a scenario in this case where you have government trying to. Right, I'm posting all your links to in the back chat too, and on YouTube. They're trying to, again, make sure that they filter the information. Now, whether it's accurate or not, right? But they're still going to filter it regardless, right? They're going to filter. Again, that's just how government works, right? That's how they work. And it's even sad to even say it from that perspective, right? Like, man, y'all doing this, right? At this time. And so the one thing that Trump said was very, revealing during that, that taping of him, coming out saying what he said was that, he didn't want to incite what? Panic. As if to say that
Panic, yeah.
he's looking at American people as what? Immature, right? And not obviously capable of being able to, make decisions based upon their own, cognitive values, whether or not how well they're going to take this pandemic, right? So again, it still goes back to the aspect of his what? Delivery. Your leadership must be that, lacking to the point where you can't tell people the truth about their own existence, how to prepare, right, in their own right to fight a deadly virus. So you need them to just what? Wash your hands and then sitting down, because that's basically what happened. Because the CDC and the Surgeon General, right? Remember the Surgeon General came out, put that post up on Twitter and said, guess what? Don't buy masks. Don't buy the N95 mask because they don't work.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
He turned around and said what?
It's mandatory.
Given to who? The doctors and the nurses. Shut the front door.
Yeah, I remember that. He was like, don't buy, it won't do nothing to help prevent the virus. I remember that.
And then turned around and said, because we need it for who? Doctors and nurses. Like, couldn't make this stuff up. Right? Yeah. Could not make this stuff up.
But yeah, I just seen a link that basically, with the World Health Organization that basically, just said most of the stuff that you said as far as how they named the viruses versus the disease. I never made that correlation.
Yeah, it broke down it's a plethora. That's why they call it corona. Because corona, if you look at the the epidemiology.
It said COVID-19 is actually a disease, not a virus, which is interesting. Who announced COVID-19 as the name of this new disease? But they said the virus is the COVID-2, the SARS.
Right, it's just SARS. It's SARS-CoV-2, right?
Yeah.
But the 19 differentiates as it being what? The novelty of it, the novel aspect of it, right? Or novel, right? That makes it a new aspect of it, right? Or if some people want to say a mutation, call it a mutation. Right? But again, it's still a mixture, a few different ones all in one. Now again, that bat, look at that bat got hit with that nuke radiation over there in Asia, like Godzilla, because he showed spit out a dusty one, a dusty virus. Again, if it came strictly off the back of his, off his his organism, right? And that's what again still makes it crazy, because they sitting here trying to still, I'm not going to say fight, but they're just trying to really muck up the idea of the science in the 21st century at this juncture, where they just can't conclusively go ahead and tell people, that this thing is this, right? So the fact that they can't still seem to narrow it, apparently, and just go and say, hey, look, right? Here's the Lancet. Here's the, the Oxford publication. Here's the, all that peer-reviewed journal information leading us to one particular place, right? That's what a lot of people have been waiting on. Will you get it, before they come up with something to stick in your arm, right? And say, hey, this might be the cure, right? Which we know is going to be, 500% to 70% efficacy, right? I mean, the 70%, 70 to 50%. Or, we're going to be, again, at this thing going into the spring of next year, like we kind of feel like the timeline already kind of orchestrated to be. We were talking about that way back in February. That is not going to be until Q1, Q2 of 2021 before we actually have any kind of true, accurate readout on the virus, and also that of a particular vaccine. And that's at a rush level, right? But they're talking about they have one next month, bro. Literally, another day from now, right? Today is the 30th, right? We excuse me, October next month, right? So that's gonna be crazy. So hey, get up, out there, because a lot of people obviously gonna be kind of forced to make a decision. You know, do they want to be the ones to take it, or somebody gonna let somebody else take it? Whatever. We'll see. Right. But we know that it is definitely not how trials go. Right. We know trials are not mandated under a 6-month timeline of efficacy training, because you don't have, number one, the test subjects and the falsification aspect of it, because you need time, right? You need, well over a quarter to even go through efficacy testing, right? A basic phase efficacy testing, on most cases, take well over 3 months. So that's, hey, we'll see. That's all I'm gonna say. We will see, and good luck, with that. Meaning for the greater good of American populace, we're gonna have to be subjected to this virus. And I say, they, because again, ultimately in the round of vaccines, typically they always, the first ones to go out be the most problematic, right? And then eventually narrow down a little bit some of the recipe a little bit, and then it gets better over time. So that's why it's a good thing that we have multiple companies trying to put out one in that perspective. Again, still, even with that known, who do you trust? Right? Who do you trust? And so we'll see. So again, that's this. Again, we'll get ready to move on. I know it's late. It is 3:00. We done brought the cows home. We done brought the bats out and the doggone owls out. Right? They got to making corona babies right now. Right? But for the most part, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah. I'm loving it. Y'all just keeping me company right now while I'm in this trade.
You trade. You working. See, I'm getting ready. I'm about to go to work in about next 40 minutes. It's already about 4:00.
Facts.
Yeah, man. So I'm already looking forward to this. The pre-market at this point, because at this point, them nights I stay up this late, if I'm studying or whatever. Now we know the future market obviously still dumping, as you can see here on my screen. It went down as low as 300 points. Now we didn't claw back at least about 120 some odd points. We're down about 189 here, under 90, going into the 4:00. So again, you can tell that the Feds were trying to do what? They were doing what they can. They're trying to narrow it down a little bit at the most lowest point. But again, the market did 100% 180 turn from being up about 160, 170 points during the debate, and totally flipped after the debate when Wall Street began to really decipher, what came out of the debate, like we're doing tonight. And apparently it didn't like what it heard, right? So whether or not who disrupted them the most, the markets don't seem to care nonetheless, because it's dumping. And so again, disclaimer, I got 331 puts and 330 puts out that I bought right before the bell. Again, I got to throw my disclaimer out there. Y'all know I'm posting receipts first thing in tomorrow in the group, right? No doubt, I will be posting those receipts. But we'll see again, because y'all know how the markets are. Again, it's down now 192, but I guess what? Around 9:30, this thing could be up another 200 points, right? You can't fight greed when it's desperate. And right now, the White House, in essence, is desperate, right? For any kind of win that they can get, even on a micro daily basis, especially when it comes to markets where they have most leverage, right? But I do believe that, again, just today's rally, on the back of, Monday's rally, on the back of Friday's rally. Again, we had a 3-day rally, 3-day consecutive rally. Well, 2.5 days, because again, the market sold off into the close today, right? So it kind of ended the 3-day rally, aspect of it, I should say. Excuse me. So tomorrow, again, totally different ball game, right? Totally different ball game. If we break below, again, this last little point here, I'm gonna get off here. I know it's late, like I said. If we break below the linear regression band around 330.19-ish, that we can definitely go back down into the 320s, right? And we on the back end of getting closer to the midweek. We're at hump day tomorrow, which we're hump day now. Obviously Wednesday. So they don't really have any more true economic data points or catalysts that they can use to turn the markets. Besides that, we got unemployment numbers again this Thursday, and so the projection is kind of somewhat still around the same. The 800,000. Particular, people that's going to file for unemployment, give or take, 700, 800,000, give or take. Right. So nonetheless, again, we got something to work with as investors and traders. So we'll be looking forward to that. Right. So
but I know a lot of times too on Wednesday you have a nice little pivot, for the middle of the week. As far as on the S&P 500, I see on high time frames, which is interesting.
Right. I mean, it's weird too because I was showing the chart earlier. Oh, hold up. Oh, I got this thing still on. Again, how the markets are again. It made that little move coming out of Sunday. Friday until Sunday. They gapped it up, to the futures market, and ran it up there, during the regular session, and tried to do the same thing again today. But the market said, all right, kind of like enough, and it pulled back. As you can see here, excuse me here. I'm sorry, I'm lose here. Let me get ready to shut it down. I got that that 3 a.m. voice at this point. Going hard all day. And I had some training. I actually had training sessions today. 2 of them today. On top of that. So yeah, I've been going hard all morning. But what about 4, 5, 6? Go hard, do some training, trade. Then jumped on and did this after the hours here. But looking at the markets again for the last couple of days here, this is our gap up coming out of Friday. Again, massive run up Friday. It gets straight orchestrated, manipulation here. When I say manipulation, obviously you mean controlled buying by banks, institutions, whomever, Feds, whatever. And then again, you gap up into the Monday scenario, got above 200 moving average, closed below it, couldn't hold it, which was interesting. All right, tried to make a run for it, here today on a Tuesday to show strength going into to the debate. They did not, right? Again, I repeat, they did not get it above their 200 moving average. As you can see, all these wicks up near it, but not above this yellow line, the 200. And so that just said a whole lot. So now, again, looking at the bottom of the linear regression band here, or not necessarily the bottom, but that midline becomes very interesting, which is around what? 329, 330. Right. So right now in the future market, we're already down, literally right here, 331 and some change in the future market, on the lower 330s, 331, excuse me. So, not far-fetched to see that this thing come down to test this mean line linear regression band here. Again, we got a gap to fill. Obviously, we got a massive gap to fill back towards what? 328.47. So not far-fetched to see the market, again, if they can't turn it tomorrow, it's not far-fetched to see us coming down to test this what? Backfilling this gap fill. If we do that and we don't bounce.
Definitely.
You see it? Clear as day right there, too. Big gap.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah, and look over here. Look way back here on the 18th of September. Right? Even though this gap got, filled, but again, still kind of air an opportunity there. And a portion of it still, even back, in terms of this new gap. We turned it back down towards. So we'll see, what comes from tomorrow, energy wise.
But you see that though, but that every Wednesday it's a pivot. You see that? Market
turning. Yeah. So you got what? Friday, Thursday. Here we go. What? Here's Wednesday of last week. Again, it had that kind of ugly sell-off throughout the intraday. I mean, just red on down. Just again, RSI kind of moved off the lows on this point. The previous, couple of days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday here, it got extended coming off the Monday lows again from 321 all the way up here to what? 331. That's 10 points in 2 days. That's a nice big move under the level of the control volatility we've been having in the markets of late. That was a pretty decent move, and all it did was, it just kind of gave it back. See right here with 331 all the way back down to what? 319. Actually went lower.
But when it took out all those loans, took out liquidity run, took out all them loans, we're back there on Monday.
Yep, all these right here, especially the big green bar here. Look at that big green thing there. Woo.
Mm-hmm.
That thing, they're pregnant there, boy. That thing pregnant there was a lot of money. And so that's all it did. Again, like you see, it backfilled it there, closed that out, and then went down, dipped even a little lower and said when they're going to take out this little bottom of this little, support point. And it bounced from there, came back, tested again here, bounced off the, with a wick, and then shot on up, again, Friday, very controlled buying here.
Yeah,
again, institution, Fed.
That's facts. And I think I'm over here looking at the dollar. I think I'm gonna see the dollar probably like rally for the rest of the week.
Right. Yeah, that DXY looking, probably looking a little tasty right now.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm short the euro right now.
Look at that. On the 1 hour chart, definitely above the.
Yeah, I'm short the euro. I'm up 20 pips right now. Short the euro.
Nice. Get it, bro. Get that money. I'm talking about. That's why I love what we do. I love it. And you got a convergence here. 200 obviously look like it's trying to cross over the 20 here, right? I mean, you see the RSI curling back up here on the dollar. You see the obviously the U-shaped front and bottom here, J-hook pattern, whatever you want to call it. Clear as day there. So again, you got air an opportunity between here and the top of this linear regression band right back, near 94.28, right? Which is
Yeah,
obviously a lot for the USD dollar, right? The DXY, Rob.
yeah, that's what I'm looking at for the rest of the week up there to go ahead and head up there.
Yeah.
Reach for that liquidity up there.
Mm-hmm. And you got some little candles here to kind of eat on, chew out on the way up there. No serious gaps in the shorter term frame. Obviously, probably further out. Maybe it ain't. Well, it's closed back up there too. So yeah. Again, backfield. Just some of the movement off the top here, pull back, round it out, and now you kind of start to
come out before we start taking a turn back.
Mm-hmm. Even right here on the RSI, curling back up here. Again on the back end of the market. Sorry about that, over Chavis. Yeah. So that's what we're looking like. Far as again, the dollars, USD dollar, DXY. Again, gold is obviously pumping, to the downside, just like the equity markets are. So they are in a correlation right now, which is all right. Right, gold just can't diverge at this point. They just cannot pull away. Right, I think crypto have finally, because it was trading with a lot of correlation. So matter of fact, let's real quick. I think crypto. Well, I know Bitcoin was green.
Yeah, we were going up. It had it was showing a lot of strength above that 10,000 level, so it popped up a little bit, after that strength of all that consolidation.
Yeah, so we up $52 on the UTI chart, or Universal Time Clock chart, I should say, UTC chart. So we're still up $52 at this point, 0.49%. Ethereum is obviously down 5 points, but Bitcoin itself is still up $52. So they're the only one kind of green. Excuse me, at this point, while everybody else is kind of getting hammered. Gold getting beat up, natural gas kind of barely up. Oil is down, crude and Brent oil down. Copper up, silver down, soybeans down. Again, I'm pretty sure most of the other commodities are kind of going through it right now too. Especially with Asia being down, because they obviously big buyers in those perspective fields too. Obviously, you got the Nikkei 225 here, obviously, which is obviously a reflection of what the Japanese market, right? Again, you got the Hang Seng, which is China. They're up, right? Which is odd because now them being up and then our markets being down is indicative of what China laughing at what our debate tonight, right? Normally we'll be trading in correlation to the Hang Seng at this point. They go live at 9. So they throwing the middle finger right now. Like,
right.
They
tripping. We about to be up. Like, we about to take over.
Yeah, hold it L right now. So again,
both of them about to mess up as a leader. We about to turn up.
Yeah, they're gonna try to short the markets tomorrow if they can. They're gonna do it when we open up retail. That's the way that they trying to play their little political games. The same way we short they traders, right? They short they stock, right? And Bob and all them when they weak, when you beat the brakes off of them.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, but I've been kind of missing trading that UWT and that DWT and that U gas and D gas. I might have to hop back on it. Some of
it's always
there.
You already know it's always it's always close by. So that's the great thing about being able to traverse across different asset classes, because you can trade, excuse me, in any aspect once you kind of already kind of filled out that that landscape, right? That lane, you kind of know what to do, right? Know what you're dealing with as far as data. And so they ain't nothing to jump in, make you a quick bag and go right on back over to, tear that Forex up, right? Or, or B options or whatever. That what makes us unique, right? Because we're not just limited to, one lane, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I love it, man. I love it. Keep caking it, man.
Thanks. I just took my little first partial at 20 pips, moved my stop loss up. I'm chilling now.
That's it. Gravy Valley, biscuit wheels. I love it. I love it when we can do that, man. I tell you, it ain't nothing better. All right. So again, I love it. So again, I think we kind of covered a lot of good stuff. We rolled out, we burned that midnight oil, man. That's why I said, man, I respect y'all, man. Each and every one of y'all, man. Y'all my peers. And I know that, again, we're only going to, continuously, grow, in knowledge in terms of aspect of being able to deal with, any aspect of our government or president or whatever, it doesn't matter in the day, to a degree, because we're still, authors and orchestrator of our own our own economy, right? Our own aspects of what we can do with our own resources, given the ability to do that under our resources and research, so to speak. Excuse me. So, shout out to everybody who's taking a chance on themselves as an entrepreneur or serial entrepreneur, a person who's thinking about getting into, being their own boss. Shout out to you. You're everything you need. Test yourself. Put yourself in that position where you feel like you ain't got nothing else to lose, right? And give it your best. And so, that way, you're not, again, subjected to governments to kind of rule your roots.
That's facts, man. As long as we got, we got that financial literacy on our side, we got that risk management on our side, we got, a strong, growing community on our side, man. We're gonna stay powered up. We're gonna stay pushing it.
That's it. So that's why we move under that mandate again. When one teaches to learn, while we all come together, right? Whoever got that data for the day, drop it, right? Whoever got that best case information, drop it.
Right.
We all get a chance to profit from it, at some point. So again, power and profit to everybody in the back chat. Again, thank y'all for tuning in. It's late. We went hard tonight. It was late as it was already, right? So I want to give all you guys a special shout out again. Thank you, Oba Chavez, for coming on. Obviously breaking out some good information. Obviously, in terms of the coronavirus, Sister Angie giving us that awesome, feminine perspective.
Appreciate that. You drop some jewels I ain't know about, so I definitely appreciate that.
I'm always humble. You already know I'm always humble. You already know my disposition, Over. And so again, same with you, because again, we're always looking to challenge, that status quo, right? We're looking to break those molds and challenge the status quo, because that's the only way we're obviously going to be able to achieve that level of financial literacy that we know we're deserving of. And so, what we know, we're kind of learning as we go in a lot of ways, but that's what keeps us hungry, because again, we're always in search of the best data that makes a great impact again on our lives. So shout out to everybody again. Thank you, Oba Brandon, for coming on as well earlier on the panel. Obviously, Oba Phil came on as well. Thank you as well. Again, everybody in the back chat that hung out with us this late. Again, Brother Ramza, right? Everybody, that play hot, Sister Play Hot, she came through. I know it was late. Again, a lot of these people, got work tomorrow, particularly too. So thank y'all for hanging out this late. Brother Gars, who else? Again, let me make sure I ain't missed anybody. At least I can say in the back chat. Brother Snotball came through. Thank you, Oba Snotball. Thank you, fam, for coming through. Appreciate you as always. Excuse me. Everybody came through that may have just been watching. Sister Monica, thank you for coming through, sister. Our family, Jared Palit, he came through tonight. Thank you as well. Again, who we got? Our brother Jake Capelli came through tonight. Thank you for coming through tonight. Sister G Deb came through. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Ilba. Right. Thank you as well, Brother Mathis. Again, everybody too that came through or just watching that shit, they couldn't type because you might have been, hanging out with the spouse, chilling. Right, bro, man, feel flow, making a sandwich. Right, thank you for tuning in, just watching. We appreciate you guys, and we'll be at this thing again tomorrow. So hopefully, again, we'll get a chance to maybe go live tomorrow and do what the kind of aftermath of the markets, right? What happened with the markets today at this point, based upon how Wall Street is being able to decipher the information. Because right now, again, they fought back at least 150 points. They clawed back 150 points. In the Dow. We're down now 152 points going into about 20 minutes before the market actually opened up for retail. So we'll see if they can get it down another 40 points, 50 points before then. Knowing them, they're going to try. Because funny money ain't got no ceiling on it. But they can keep printing and keep propping it and like out of nowhere, man. All the money coming from? Where all the money come from, man? They need to stop. But anyway, that's it, guys. So I'm going to get out of here. Salute. Thank you over again, Marquise. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. See you guys on the next one. Peace, power, profit. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys back in the groups.
Hey, peace, power, profit, man.
All right, thank you, family. Thank you, everybody. Peace, power, and profit. Good night, everybody.
Yep.